comment. Scientists were looking at a parallel universe that runs backwards.
Right?
It was in the New York Times this week.
Yeah, I read that. It's pretty crazy.
What tests are you doing to get that?
I think they're just eating a sandwich one day and they're like,
Whoa,
yeah.
man. What if?
Let's see here.
Seriously, man, like whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Oh man, it
it's
smells like a
like
fart in here and it wasn't
universe,
me.
man.
Like, that's weird to be in a room that smells like a fart. And the cat passed through earlier. I'm highly...
Hey.
Cat's probably gonna blame you for it though.
Cat's
That
already...
is highly dubious.
Yeah, she's already upstairs blaming me.
It's like I was hanging out with Kelly, but then it started to
It's
stink in there.
Yeah, it's like
I
totally
just couldn't
rude.
deal with this.
Like,
Pardon the term, but I just couldn't deal with this crap.
Yeah, who just floats one of those and walks away? What a rude animal.
Hashtag drive-by.
Yeah. Okay, so we are live. We've got no way to test the sound to know exactly how well tabletop audio is going through. But tonight's audio is brought to you by Tabletop Audio.
Yay! Thank
Yeah.
you, Tabletop Audio.
Yeah, so
For all
They're
of our
the
tabletop
top of the
audio.
table for audio.
yeah, and I'd like to say a big welcome to everybody for joining us here on Take20's Chronicles of Chryalis. How is that music volume? Is it competing with me, or can you guys hear me okay?
I would say it's like a kindergarten craft class. It's cutting in and out.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Man.
Nice one. You get bonus marks for that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I had to unmute for that one. That was awesome.
Man. It's all good.
I don't know whether I'm the dick in that one or the asshole, but I mean, I'm one of the two.
All right. So where we left off, we've got Torv, we've got Kalados, we've got Brieger, Kalen, and you've managed to guide this bevy of prisoners, now ex-prisoners, and yourselves into a swamp along a rough road that looks like it hasn't been used, or at least been hardly used, in decades. Which has led you into a swampy area, and it looks like the road breaks up on several patchy areas of grass. I don't know if everybody here has seen the picture in general, but there is a picture of the overall environment that you're all in. It's kind of swampy. It's like, the heart of British Columbia, but with more water, but still the same, mossy, spongy kind of environment. Lots of, shade between trees that are, half dead, alive, mostly dead, or, long rotted in the swamp. And you've recently defeated a shambling mound. There's no way to describe it. A huge heaping plant monster that slowly started to drift away. And you now found yourself, if we're looking at the map for everybody that's just tuning in, the orange dots at the bottom are our NPC characters, a couple of which are looking a bit worse for wear. Kaylin doesn't have much for clothes or bedding or anything like that. She looks very cold. Brieger looks worse for wear, like he's definitely gone some days without food or proper nutrition, and he looks less in any kind of fighting shape the more the minutes go by, despite having had a rest earlier. The same thing with Torb. His arm was recently severed and then healed up a bit by Brieger. And Brieger's doing his best to make sure that that trauma isn't carried on into any kind of mental state. But Torb feels pretty good about being out of prison, so he's not too worried about the one arm. But those guys do look worse for wear, not combat effective at all. Yeah.
For those two,
Mm-hmm.
if it seems like food is an issue for them, Grond will definitely share his rations, because I had 20 days worth of Grond value rations, so I will gladly share it with them. That should easily.
Same with Kite.
Yeah,
we cooked up a deer too, so we've got lots of food. So we just want to make sure they get back to good health.
So the problem with those two individuals is they ate too quickly, because when you guys discovered those rations in that one room, they did load up and they ate, and the thing is they haven't eaten very well for so long that them blasting a bunch of food, they're now a little under the weather. So but they're coming around. They're coming around, but they were less than combat effective before, and they're just coming out of that now. You guys are separated by about 40 feet of water, which near to your eyesight, and being in that water with the shambling mound, descends to a depth of about 12 to 14 feet at the most, and mostly in between 5 and 7 feet of spongy plant covered undergrowth below the water. And the road breaks up. It looks actually like the water level must have come up and turned this area into a swamp at one point. You can see faint hints of the road underneath the water in places where it's kind of broke up and sunk, and the earth is kind of displaced in the water. So yeah, you've got a 40-foot stretch of water ahead of you. What are you guys going to do? Oh, I should mention too that it is slightly overcast and late afternoon.
That red X, is that where the shambling mound died?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you guys seeing this map?
The Alchemist whiteboard.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
There is trees on the other side, correct?
Yeah, so there's trees everywhere that you can see that there's trees. Anything else, like there's areas to indicate where there's water surrounding spongy islands. The islands, for the most part, you feel are solid. They're mossy and stuff, but they're solid enough for Grond to hop on without sinking in dramatically or anything like that. It's mostly rock, covered with sponge, separated by spots of soil. And
could I do maybe some sort of nature check to see if there's any other shambling mounds out in these waterways that kind of look similar to what we just encountered?
Sure, let's see what's in the area. Now, this is right after the battle, so I mean, we're just still sitting in the awe of that vegetation. You can see where the shambling mound is. It's kind of just, its massive plant is just floating in the water off in the distance. It's not moving. Maybe even see a bird come down and sit down on it, peck, 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 flap off. That shambling mound is not coming back anytime soon, to your knowledge. But you still see where it's
birds. Check in with Poe, the Raven.
Okay, so
see if we see any other predators approaching us while we're in post-battle shock.
Yeah, so Poe doesn't see anything. Like, you have to look through his raven eyes, and you can't really discern anything other than tree and swamp and water. Everything is very vibrantly green. It's lush, despite all the water and everything. You just get the sense that anything that was down below in that canopy is probably so immersed in greenery you wouldn't see it to begin with.
Are there any trees on our island?
Yes. Yeah, so there's just behind you, there's 2 large boulders, and then behind those boulders is a couple of large trees. There's 2 dead trees on the right side over here, if you can see. So there's a live tree here, and then behind it is a dead tree. There's a boulder that was in front of it here that you guys tied that rope to. And then on the other side, there's another rock, and then this tree is alive as well. So you can also...
How big around?
The rock?
The trees.
The tree.
Oh, the trees. Yeah, between 4 and 5 foot diameter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. We got some hefty work in front of us, guys, but if we want, we could make a raft.
Follow that out. That's not bad. Also,
I thought you were
way-
thinking of...
We'll keep that raft with us. That way, if we ever have to beat a hasty retreat on an island that we're trapped on, Grond can, or whoever can, walk along the side of the island and just train the raft along with us. And then that way, if we get in a pinch, we've always got that as a safeguard.
Yeah.
Whether
So
we use it as a canopy, a tent for sleeping under, a brace, a building structure of some sort, as long as we have at least the basic components of that, it would be a good idea.
So do we have enough rope to lash everything together?
Well, I got a
Speaking of
200-foot skein. How much do you have?
I have 50.
Okay, Jace.
Mr.
Sorry.
Michelangelo, did we ever go get your fancy rope?
Well, I was gonna ask, if I could swim out and inspect that mound, or if it's like too maybe dangerous, or I'm
So
unable.
I'm going to get an insight check from Grond, please.
Oh, I guess rather than using the thing, I'll use the manual die roller. Oh, well, it works. I wasted a nat 20, but it works.
Oh, and
First die back is a 20. Nice.
oh,
Yeah.
okay. So yeah, you get the sense that although there is quite a bit of water in the immediate area, that the vegetation chokes in quite a few places, and that using a raft with that many people on it would be difficult to navigate through these parts.
So what if we use a grappling hook and try lash it around a tree on the other side?
Yeah, that is a distinct possibility. There is a little tree, actually. It's only got about a 2-foot diameter trunk. I guess it's not that little. But across the way, right here, you can see where I'm pointing. There's a little tree right on the edge of the island there. So yeah, you've got 40 feet of space between you and that tree.
All right, Kite's gonna be like, I got this, and she can take the edge of the grappling hook. She's gonna take a long jump and dive into the water.
All right. Well, no amount of effort required in that. Certainly not for Kite. She dives into the water with the grappling hook. You swimming across? Yep. You easily navigate the 40 feet of distance and crawl up on a marshy opposite side. And you can see the roots of the trees, a lot of the ones that are lining the shores, like when you're out in, I can't think of the name of the trees now, but the mangroves. Okay, so very
Mangroves,
similar to mangroves, where the roots and stuff are spidery and kind of crawl into the edge of the water. So not quite mangroves where it's just all water underneath them. They're still trees, but lots of roots do climb up and over the bank. So you're able to pull yourself up, and now you're at the base of that tree.
All right, she's gonna take her end and find a sturdy looking root and kind of wrap it around in a secure manner there.
Okay.
I'll tie the other end on something over here.
Okay. I'm going to get you to roll a d20 for me, please, Kite.
Do we need a mage hand to grab one rope side to the other side without getting wet? Do we need to pass the rope back and forth?
She took one end, and then Calyndra's holding the other end. So
okay, no mage hand. Perfect.
Do you want a modifier on that, or just a straight d20?
Straight d20. Just let me know what the result is.
16.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So your entire process goes relatively quick and very well. And you guys tie off the one end, and now between one side and the other, it's a nice, firm taut line. And you can easily, start pulling people across if you want.
While they're pulling themselves across, Kite's gonna squeegee out her ponytail there and kind of try and get the bog smell off her.
Okay, awesome. I am just going to take 2 seconds here because the one silliness I neglected to the one thing I forgot about is the character tracker. I'm going to use the new forest tracker so that I can track the experience.
Hey, Kite, you think you could swim out to that beast and get my rope back? It's all silky. It should be easy to just slither out of that mess.
Possessions are fleeting. You'll get another one.
No, it could trap some seagulls and destroy some natural habitat here. I'm looking out for the
turtles together.
Yeah.
What's that? You're breaking up. I can't hear you over the sound of me not doing that.
I thought you cared about the environment, Kite, but I guess I was wrong.
Right.
I care about not becoming a part of the environment. I don't want to find any other gross, viney things to pull me under.
Come on. It's dead. It's fine.
So fine that you can go and do it.
Giant snake waiting for you.
Hey, we got
Any
so
bit of the
guy
rope?
or so girl.
Can Kite see
in
any of
channel. Thanks for joining us.
the rope from that mound?
So I'm gonna get a roll up perception check. Everybody who's scanning the mound area.
All right.
18.
Nat 20.
Okay.
10. 20 to 1.
Wow.
23.
So some are still looking, and some of you pick it up. So girl. All right. Yeah, you definitely see there's a trail of line running out of the mound that was once the shambling mound, and it's kind of just laying just below the water's surface.
Kite's gonna grumble to herself and just be like, just stupid gnome, stupid rope. Can't believe I'm stupid doing this. And she'll go try and swim out and grab the nearest end of that
Oh, no.
line.
Well,
Kite.
I can
And
mage
as
hand.
Wait, we
as
have
Kite
3
You're
mage
mage
hands.
hand.
Yeah,
4.
but she's a strong, independent girl, and she don't need no help from the mage hand.
And as Kite is like totally like grumbling about me, I like totally put on some like beats with my minor illusion to like rap to that like complaining and like make a song out of it. Like yeah, and I like do a little dance,
Make a,
Stupid,
like
do
little
a little
moonwalk,
dance.
stupid gnome.
Make a little
stupid,
love.
No.
Get down tonight.
No.
like
Nice.
Michael Jackson.
And Kite, you're diving in the water and going for that rope.
Yeah, and she's not happy about it.
I'm gonna get you to spin me a 2 checks, one for perception and the other for athletics.
Did you want the perception from before or a new one?
Nope, new one, please. This is once you're in the water.
Ooh.
All right, 4 on the perception.
Okay.
oh no.
You're too busy
And,
complaining.
9 for the athletics there.
Okay.
Too busy complaining.
So when you get into the water, you immediately
Oh.
go woof right up to your neck, and you realize that the ground underneath on the water, it's not mud or rock or anything solid. It's very spongy. So your feet actually sink into it, and trudging forward, trying to swim your way, you find that swimming is very difficult. You're kind of getting tangled up in the weeds. Walking is a bit difficult. So you're kind of trudging your way along, half swimming, half trudging, and after about
Full cursing.
full cursing.
Cursing that gnome.
And the rest of you see the monk splash off towards the mound, and eventually she arrives there after about 3 minutes of struggled swimming. Fortunately, you don't detect any other motion in the water, or unfortunately, we'll find out. But you do manage to reach the deceased shambling mound and the remnants of the rope.
Yeah, she'll struggle with wrapping the rope into a circle around her shoulder and then try and turn around and swim back there.
Okay.
Hold on. Don't unwrap it. Let's drag that thing back because everything it's killed is absorbed into its body. If we want treasure,
Ooh.
it's inside.
Ooh.
When she pulls it, is it stuck or is that thing just coming free?
No, it appears to be stuck. So you're gonna have to kind of mess around with it a little bit.
Maybe tie it to it. Now we could use a mage hand to bring the rope back and like drag it.
Yep.
Can
like
she-
tug of war.
Can she tie her end of her 50-foot rope to the end of Bops' rope, and then whenever a mage hand comes, she'll just give it the other rope there?
Yeah, or you're welcome to try and undo the current length of rope from the shambling mound's roots, and
No, because if it's stuck to it, she'll want it there so that they can hoist it back.
Okay.
But she's just using her rope to get more leverage so that they can throw it back to Grond and he can pull it.
Okay.
And she can also kind of climb her way back that way.
Okay.
What do you mean? Hey, to Garan, I got muscles too, bud.
Yeah.
Little gnome muscles.
I
Okay.
think our mage hand pulls more than the gnome.
Yeah. So you managed to grab the rope and easily enough, tie a knot around it. Yeah. And I'm just gonna get you to roll me a quick 20. If it's anything greater than a 1, you're all right.
It is greater than a 1. It is a 4.
Awesome. Oh, nice. Okay, so you tie it and you feel you got a good strong connection between the two ropes, and then you start trudging back to the shoreline. Are you going to trudge back to the north, or to the, rather, this is west, so you can't really see the compass up there. Let's see if I can.
She's gonna wait until they take her end of her rope, and then once Grond pulls it taut, she's just gonna kind of use her hands to kind of help guide her back to the shore.
Okay, and you're going to
Pull her out of the muck.
this shore, or this shore?
Assuming once everyone else is back onto the north shore there, then
Okay.
she'll do all that stuff.
Okay.
We want to get closest to that shambling mound as we can on that island.
Right. Okay, so you managed to pull the shambling mound over to here, and you're all kind of gathered in this area right here. Kaylin and Torv and Brieger and Kalados all make their way across, and they've kind of nestled into the center solid part of this island, and it looks like Brieger and everybody are just kind of tending to their own little situation there. But Brieger does come over after kind of dealing with Torv and helping him get situated, and he's just looking at that mound. He's like, I'm not sure about bringing that thing up here again.
When Kite pulls herself out of the water, she gives a soggy glare at Gomblops and really stupid rope.
Are you trying to
cast
retrieve your rope?
prestidigitation to dry Kite out?
Yeah.
Her
There you go,
ponytail gets all like fuzzy. I'm just imagining like a wind blast or something.
Nice.
She's gonna go meditate in the corner.
So
while you guys are searching that thing.
And
All right. Thanks, Kite.
who's
And I
plunging
grab-
their
I-
hands into that mound?
I'm gonna use a dagger, and I'm just gonna start slowly cutting and dissecting into it. If anyone wants to help,
I'll help
so we can
them.
try and do it through it. Watching
You
out
said
for
my key
thorns.
word, dissecting.
Okay.
Well, I figured you'd be all over this one, and we'll be watching out for the thorns so we don't get cut up, tangled, caught, anything like that. And just
And I use
kinda
Mage
hack
Hand to kind of help them hold everything back so it doesn't all the dangerous stuff.
Okay.
So
Well,
That's actually a great idea. I might even use Mage Hand. That way my
Yeah,
hands aren't
well-
near the thorns.
that's right. You can
We'll
do
all
that
get
now.
our mage hands out for a third helping hand, so we have at least 9 hands on it.
So the mage
There's- well,
hands
there's-
all
Mine did
collapse
too.
on this mass and shred it apart. And from the remains, a long sword drops down, a short sword, a belt with two looks like water-laden belt pouches on it, and all of this stuff was kind of tangled up inside this thing's guts. And
Sweet.
and it looks like a
That was 2
longbow.
belt pouches.
It looks like a longbow missing a string. as
Longbow,
well.
no string.
Hey, does anyone mind if I grab this short sword? All I got is this dagger, and I start like doing some moves with it. All right.
It's fine.
That's good. Okay, so short swords off our list.
I'll grab the belt pouch and check it out.
Okay.
Well, there's 2 belt pouches.
Yeah, there's
2
2 belt pouches, 1 belt. And the belt is actually seems in reasonable shape. You get the impression that that belt has not been soaking in this water for long. But the two belt pouches contain 47 silver pieces, and the other one contains 23 copper pieces and a small vial of liquid. It's dark and you can't really tell what it is. There's no label on the vial. It's only about this long, and about that. It's like a tube, like a big test tube.
And you said dark liquid?
Dark liquid, yeah. It looks black or dark blue, maybe. It's hard to tell. It's really covered in sheen of algae.
Is this belt big enough for what size? Grond waist? Kite waist?
Yeah, it's, you would say, a large male human waist.
Hey, Emus, I think we have time for you to cast one of your rituals, detect magic, maybe?
Yes, I do. We're going to cast Detect Magic. I'm also looking for the skull, if there's a skull of this shoveling mound. Got to feed that addiction.
Yeah, there is not. There is the husk of what looks like a head. You can see vague outlines of eye sockets, but given the it's kind of started to putrefy. So it's really, this is just a shredded mass of seaweed. That's what it looks like by now, especially after the mage hand's got it.
Right, so this one's
Stomps the
just
ever
a
living
quick
crap
catch
out of that
grab.
head.
Yeah, so the potion or whatever that vial is, nothing lights up except the short sword lights up, the long sword lights up, and the long bow without a string also lights up.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Any varying degree of light up, or is it just a pale glow?
No, pale glow emanating from each of those.
Nice.
That-
Okay, they
Who
get
here uses the longsword?
Too big for me. Not too slow.
I use short swords.
Grond, it may be just a dagger for you, but maybe you want it?
Well, it might act like a short sword for me physically, but I mean, it might be something that I might want to keep a hand on.
Okay, I'm taking that one off. You're holding on to that one.
Hmm.
Okay.
Longbow. I know you like the crossbow, Calyndra, but Kite or Calyndra, you like longbow? No, Kite.
Can't use it.
So it said I could use hand. Oh, that's crossbows. Never mind.
You
So
can't use
maybe
a
we want
longbow.
to just hold this longbow
No, it's a
for.
crossbow.
I
But-
use longbows, but I mean, is that thing going to be big enough for me?
It would be a short bow to you.
Yeah. But can we cast mending on, or is the string missing, or is it broken?
It's missing.
Okay.
Oh.
Because we could
Well,
always sell it
Calyndra-
off and get one of you guys something.
But sometimes the magic in these devices lies in the the root component of the device, not the add-on.
Yeah. Well, I can keep a hold onto it, but really, this is off place on a wizard.
I can carry it.
Yeah, you also find looks like a fairly dissolved half rib cage, probably human or large humanoid of some sort.
Emus, we found something for you.
Yeah, it looks like looks like it's actually been half digested. It's pockmarked and
Ooh.
pitted.
So the acid bile of the stomach's got to it. I definitely sketched that one down. For
Yeah,
my,
it's got chunks of
paladins
like
as well.
plant root and stuff like all through it. It's like the inside tendrils and roots of this thing we're trying to.
So this is
eat
just
this.
kind of like a research gold mine, is what you're saying.
yeah, for you for
Okay.
sure.
Okay, perfect. So
Green.
yeah,
I can
continue
hold on to
sketching.
the longbow then.
All right, thank you,
Yeah.
Calyndra.
Aren't you an elf, Calyndra?
Yeah, all elves can use longbows.
Can they?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I'll take it.
Ooh,
Okay, we'll get that bow fixed for you.
Yeah.
yeah, and then you got
Yeah.
magic
Yeah.
on.
So everything's kind of
Alright.
got a bit of a coating of algae, a slime from being inside this thing's guts. So you do without even having to roll an insight. You feel like washing it in the water might be a good idea. So
Prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation.
bingo,
Yeah,
there you go. Now,
It's a
Digitation's just floating everywhere here.
All these mage hands and like things just getting sparkly out of thin air.
everybody's
So
just
it's like-
snapping fingers.
How
We have
many of us here can
mage hand?
cast mage hand?
4 of us.
Mage hand.
Or
Come on.
okay, let's do a
High five.
four-way. Let's
That's
do a
awesome.
four-way mage hand 5-5.
Forward side.
But we're all going to do it
Kite.
around Kite, so Kite can put her hand up too.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Kite casts minor illusion. Get like a
Oh, there you go.
little fist bump in there.
Yeah. And,
Like,
you, and you see one just come out from out of nowhere. Boom.
I'm scared. All right, so
This was
for
nice.
this
Oh my God, that was
community grab here, we put in 2 belt pouches and a small vial dark liquid
That's
with
correct.
a belt.
That's correct.
I have the coins at 47 silver, 23 copper. That's what went into our community hold right now.
Right
Okay,
on.
thank you. Yeah.
Can
Now
I
is your
do-
time. Thank you.
Can
we
I do
reclaim
like
our arrows as well?
Sorry.
I'll recover the arrows?
Good question. Good question. So you can go for a swim, and you're welcome to do a
I'll
bit of
cast
fishing.
my mage hand to find them.
Okay. So
And I don't suppose there was a dart or like a little throwing knife in that mound, was there?
We'll look for it.
there was not. Yeah, there was not. There are a few things that you guys may have to go diving for.
Kite's good without.
I mean,
Well, what
Possession's
about
misleading.
bowstring? We should probably try and maybe look for this bowstring just in case it is magical and Can we use detect magic around the mound area where it was to see if
So
the bowstring
the area of
10 minutes
influence.
total.
here?
Yeah, what's the area of influence for detect magic? I think it's like, isn't it up to like 10 feet or something like that?
I think so.
Games it was
It's
60
my
feet, but in
eyesight.
this
Is it 60
one-
feet?
It,
I
no,
know it
in
wasn't
the original
2E.
versions.
Yeah,
In
2E,
the
it was
original
like
versions, I don't know what it is here.
30 feet all around me.
30
so
feet, so-
basically,
That's
yeah.
pretty solid.
Yeah, you actually pick up the faint traces of some glow in 3 different areas just below the water off the edge.
Time to spam the loot
Yay.
button.
How long can you be holding that?
10 minutes total. Oh, detect magic?
Yes.
Are you gonna drag him through the water like like some kind of trout finder?
Warmer, warmer, colder, colder, warmer, warmer.
Like a metal
So
detector.
I can see it. It's a 10 minutes concentration spell.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we got
Grond,
another job for the mage hands here, my fellows.
Yeah.
And my sister.
Mage
So-
hands.
Crane
Can you
game
get your
fishing.
mage hand to guide me with his direction? So both you two guide me with your mage hands. Grond will try and go into the water and prod around and feel, and he might even cast his mage hand in the water to try and move stuff around to see if we can get stuff moving.
Okay.
But to find these other 3 items might be nice.
Should we
What I'm
tie a
hearing
little
is we're
harness
using
around
the-
you, Grond,
Yeah.
and
flippers.
tie it to a tree?
Yeah, we don't
That
want you
sounds
getting
like a
eaten
great
again.
idea.
Okay.
You got that giant rope that's still tied to the tree on this side.
That is correct, yeah.
So you could just use that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you and Emus are going to wade into the water, correct?
I
I'm
am.
coming.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going. I guided him with mage hand.
Okay,
And
so I'm gonna get Emus. Actually, I'll get everybody to roll perception. Sorry, you were gonna
Can-
say,
so
Kite?
last time I
Including me?
belly flopped into the water, I learned my lesson.
Yeah. What was that, Kite?
11.
can
Okay.
Kite help the others across the water while
They're
while
all
these guys
over.
go?
Everybody's all
Oh,
over.
they're already over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody's all over on the
Oh, yeah,
central
with your
island.
17
With
after
your,
bonuses.
Okay.
10.
19.
This was perception.
Yes.
17 plus 3, 20.
Nice. Gombops?
11.
All right, so everybody except Gombops and Calyndra, you detect faint motes of light at the bottom towards the center, back near where that shambling mound was, where it died. So you can see little faint motes of light under there. They're not like huge, but you definitely see at least half a dozen of them.
Don't follow the light. Follow.
Depends on if that's the stuff in. Oh no, that's the people without detect magic seeing that. Okay.
Yeah,
Fair
well,
enough.
yeah. So you guys are wading around in the water, fishing around a little bit. I'm actually gonna get. I'm gonna have to probably get stealth here or sleight of hand. Actually, let's do sleight of hand to see how well Grond's thick mitts fish through the undergrowth there.
Well, my thought is I'm going to be using my mage hand to do it,
Oh, nice. Okay.
and then if I move it and he says the magic is moving, then I can reach in with hands. That way, I'm not reaching into a
Okay.
snake or whatever's mouth.
Okay.
So
So
I'm dead eye on what he's doing, looking at still looking for the vision of the glow.
okay. So yeah, I'm just gonna say this is a bit of a time-consuming process. So throughout this time, the light is starting to fail and the sun is starting to go down. You can see that Brieger and Torv are starting to try and arrange some sort of fire situation over on the main island. They're looking around for anything that might be dry enough to burn. You're not sure how much success they're having. But just off the shore, those 3 original motes of light, one of them you find is a dagger. It appears not rusted at all, but slightly chipped as if it's been used in combat. And you also find 2 arrows that aren't yours. So, and the arrows do have a glow on them for the people that have detect.
Yeah, that's just me.
Oh.
Probably for not very much longer too. So
So yeah, we're gonna say like this is for Grond to get in there and fish around. Yeah, he kind of knows where those motes of light are. So we'll just see how well he's. Yeah. So you're gonna look around and you actually manage to fish. We'll say 5 of the items. out of that immediate arrow. So you find in total 2 crossbow bolts that are magical, 3 crossbow bolts that are not, and 2 of them are not usable. And you also find a total of 7 arrows in various states of disrepair, but 5 of them are completely usable. And you also find 3 magical arrows. Again, not yours.
Are they longbow or short bow arrows?
Longbow.
Longbow.
So we have
I know-
5 arrows that are magical.
So you have 2 short bow arrows that are magical, 3 longbow arrows that are magical,
2 crossbow.
2 crossbow bolts that are
bolts.
magical.
Yeah.
And then 7 arrows, 5 of which are good, and then 3 crossbow bolts, only 1 of which is good.
No, 2
That's
of
what I
those
got
are
from
2 of those are good.
Two are good. Okay, 2 are good. One was not good. Good.
Yeah.
Anyone mind if I grab those 2 short bow arrows? I use the short bow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the 2 magical ones.
Yeah, I'm also going to
Yes.
say you find
That's off the list.
you find another 10 silver pieces, 9 copper pieces, and 9 gold pieces fishing around in the muck just under where that shambling mound died.
But no bowstring.
No bowstring.
We'll have to get back to a town to get the bowstring fixed up. We'll deal with that. So Grond is going to climb back out of the water as safely as he can, and then he's going to clean himself off with his newfound magic.
Okay, yeah. So like we'll say that it's taken you guys about 45 minutes to dig around. The spell for detect magic is long worn off. You pull yourself all bedraggled and soaking wet up onto the shore, and prestidigitate yourself into a happier state of being.
What does everyone want to
Bops.
smell like? Yeah.
Gone Bops, I hand him the magical dagger. May we hand this short sword to anyone who can use the short sword?
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kite, I think it's a short sword.
And
String.
Torv says, he'll I'll give it back when we get to whatever civilization awaits us. But if I could use that longsword for the time being.
Go ahead.
Perfect. And he takes it graciously and thanks you. And he sits down by where Brieger's trying to start the fire. You see that Brieger is trying to start the fire the good old-fashioned way. Does anybody have flint or tinder?
Magic.
There you go. So the thing flares up into effect, and you guys have a nice little toasty fire burning, and the light it's almost gone now. So you find that it's just dusky out, and the insects are starting to bite a little bit.
Okay, sorry, just one thing. That short sword that you're talking about, there's one magical short sword?
Mm-hmm.
No, there was
One
a magical dagger.
And a magical dagger. That was what they found in the water. But yeah, there was a magical short sword as part of what fell out of that shambling mound in the first place.
And a magical dagger.
Yeah, magical dagger and a magical short sword.
So who took the magical short sword then instead? Sorry, I thought someone else didn't. No one else used it, but so Kite, you have it?
Kite uses short swords.
Oh, okay. There you go. Okay,
and that's why I figured because you wanted a dagger. Do you use short swords as well?
I do as well. Yeah. So.
Oh, he can have it. Kite's good with just her little ninja blade there.
Oh, so you're giving it to Gone Bops now?
I mean, yeah, because it's
okay.
It's better than
you go to hand him the short sword and it won't leave your hand.
He had it before I did, though. Oh, but okay.
Who had it first?
Gone Bops.
Yeah, then it stuck to your hand.
Oh.
So in the process of trying to exchange it here to figure out who wanted it, the first person who touched it went to pass it off, and it will not leave your hand. It appears fastened there, and you're unable to let it go.
Soulbound. Okay, hopefully this is a good thing. Sorry about that, crew. I just wanted a short sword because I had a little dagger. It was on my list to buy a short sword or a rapier.
Question,
so
did the wizard
just says possessions are fleeting, except for that one apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
Did the
anybody
wizard
using
see
the
that
dagger?
exchange?
Nobody's claimed the dagger yet.
Do you
No,
guys
the
mind if I
dagger's
take the
still-
dagger?
Yeah, I guess it would be fitting in the hands of a rogue.
Okay, their daggers out. Did the wizard see the exchange where the sword didn't leave his hand?
So whoever touched, it's just pretty much like whoever touched that short sword first and like gripped it by the handle would not be able to let it go. So
Okay,
you guys are welcome
so
to
then-
juggle who's fit with that curse now, but I think it's gone.
No. I would just warn people, hey, that could be one of the reasons this thing is so attached to you is it's not
Curse.
so fan. Like as a wizard, I'm sure I've learned that much about some weapons that are not fitting.
Yeah, you would
Yeah.
definitely say, "Oh, yeah, that thing is cursed." You would know for sure.
Curious, I would say. Curious and curiouser.
So you find yourself unable to let go of the short sword. What do you do?
Panic.
I don't know.
Does
I
it-
just just I guess I try and do an arcana check on it and see if I can learn anything about looking at it.
okay, roll for Arcana.
I got a natural 20.
Yeah, so you definitely see an inscription along the bottom of the pommel, but it's in a language you do not recognize. But you get the sense that this thing was created for a purpose, and then that purpose was corrupted at some point. That's the general feeling you get from this.
All right, a cursed sword. Fantastic. This day is starting off or ending fantastically.
So you guys are on this center island with a gnome with a cursed sword stuck to him, and you're kind of chilling out by the fire. Everybody's kind of eating like
Do you want me
we're
to
starting
dispel
to.
that sword?
You're gonna try to dispel magic.
I'm gonna ask G-Bop if he wants me to. If he would, no, I'm gonna ask if he would like me to. He may like the curse. It might be a little friend to talk to.
Yeah, I could probably use with it not being stuck to my hand, sure. Won't be
You
able to play music too well.
you
you'd
cast
like a
dispel
dispel?
magic. Is that what you're doing, Emus?
Oh, everybody's breaking up.
Oh,
Dispel magic.
Sorry, it's going weird on my mic. Did you ask me if I'm doing?
dispel
If
magic.
G-Bop would like me to dispel magic, I will dispel magic.
Sure.
Yeah, so the insects are in
I don't
fact
have-
biting. We've got So Girl in the chat asking, and yes, there's definitely a few gnats and skitters there biting you. They're annoying, but they're not so overwhelmingly annoying that you're not going to maybe lose sleep over it.
Kite lights some incense while she's meditating and trying not to be bothered by the bugs.
Nice, some
But-
some citronella incense.
Never leaves home without it.
Yeah,
Grond will
actually,
grab some fresh leaves and try and smudge it too.
actually, let's get a insight check from Kite and from Bops, please.
Hell
5.
yeah. Not 25.
You got 25, and what'd you get, Bops?
5.
5. Okay. So Bops doesn't really clue in, but Kite, you are aware that in some swamps there's a certain type of reed that, when burned, will actually drive off insects in a swamp. You're not sure if there's any of it around, but you do remember hearing about such a thing. And kind of a
I
vague
remember
description.
my studies at the monastery about some of the swamp plant life here. If we find this, so what was that reed called?
Yeah, you don't remember the name of the reed. You just remember it was a very bright yellow reed. And amongst the green of this area, you're pretty sure that it would stick out and you'd be able to spot it if you search for it.
I
I
will
don't
start
find
looking
any
for
bright
that.
yellow reeds, team. we can burn those and yeah, and have some small relief from these bugs.
Yeah, so it would require an investigation and for you guys to be able to search for something like that. You don't see anything on the immediate island, so it would also result in you moving to the next island.
Kite got a not natural 20.
A non-natural 20. Well, that's still effective enough that
17.
Yeah, we'll say searching around the immediate area, you're not able to find what you're looking for, despite knowing pretty sure what you're
But I
visually looking for.
still haven't found what I'm looking for.
All of a sudden, Bono rings in, interrupts the entire session. He's like, you guys are going to have to pay me a little bit of money on that one.
Kite throws a dart in his general direction.
Yeah.
Who are you, Metallica, Lars?
Yeah, it's like doing it for the starving children. So you guys are on this island, and after a while, you're all kind of fed.
You guys, I don't have dispel magic. I have counter spell. That was my mistake.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Regardless, dispel magic isn't going to dispel this.
Counter spell is. Yeah. Okay. I can hear you now. I switched back to the regular mic.
Ah, there you go. Technology, excellent. So you guys, what are you doing? It's now nightfall, and we'll say that it's roughly about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock.
Get a healthy meal, do what we can to kind of relax.
Okay.
Yeah, we taking a long rest here.
Okay, so in the setting sun, you guys are taking a rest and sitting having a bite to eat. The insects aren't too bad at this point. You do hear the loud cacophony of swamp and insect sounds. Frogs in the distance and the sound of unknown insects flitting by. But it feels relatively calm and peaceful at this particular juncture.
I'm gonna sit down with Torv and Brieger and just ask, because the last time we saw them, I think they were in the tavern. How they ended up at the mines.
Yeah, what they did to get here.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, what did they do?
Brieger says, well, we stopped in for dinner, we had a few drinks and went to bed, and the next morning, Torv and myself awoke in that prison. So we have no idea who we might have slighted, but we were in pursuit of, some more information about the raids on the road. We weren't into experiencing that kind of ambush on the way back, and we're curious to get to the bottom of it. We seem to have caught the ire of somebody.
Well,
thieves by any chance?
It's like, I don't know anything about any thieves, but look at Torv, and he gestures towards his friend who easily sits at about 280 pounds worth of solid muscle in his prime. If they can move Torv unconscious, they must have had help. There's no way they could have gotten us out of that inn without some kind of inside assistance. And Torv doesn't say too much. Torv really just keeps to himself a lot, and he's just kind of nodding as Brieger relays. He's like, and then they took my arm, those bastards. And he kind of pokes at the fire a bit. He's like, what? When I get back in my prime, I'm going back in there to clean that place out.
Well, we cleaned that place out.
Well,
But I think we have to find out where the thieves are, because they're the ones who brought us here. Imagine the difficulty they had dragging my fat ass here.
He's like, yeah, but what do thieves have to do with anything? Why would they be in, what is this mining business all about? And what would they have to do with it all?
Maybe they're in league with whoever those miners' masters were.
Selling slaves?
There's no money
the
in
trade of
thieving raw ore. And you saw the quality of those ingots back in that forge. Substandard at best.
It's, how do you put it? I think when one's dealing with the value of warfare, I think that's what they're selling, to put a term on it. They're not selling the metal, they're not selling anything else. They're selling the war. They're selling the death.
He's like,
the
war.
Attack.
It's like there hasn't been a war in these parts in ages. He's like, nobody will.
Well, coming.
The only way to fund one is to have the weapons for it.
He's like, this definitely bodes further investigation. And Tor's like, yes, further investigation and further slaughter of the scum.
You have no disagreement from us, Torv. No
Yeah.
disagreement whatsoever.
Kaylin pipes up. She's like, I just want to get home. I miss my parents.
We'll get you there, friend. Kite's just
Getting
trying to
home
hang
is
out with Kalen.
Yeah, you see that Calydos has actually been quite quiet the entire conversation, and he's definitely taken on a pallid complexion, like he might be coming under the weather.
Saska, are you feeling okay? What's...
He's like, I don't know, I may have picked up something back there in the mines, or just the shock of being out in the air. He's like, I'm not feeling very well.
I sing a song of rest for everybody hearing, so try and get some hit points back as we tuck her in.
Okay.
Does he have a bedroll or anything?
No. Oh, actually, who took those 2 bedrolls from the belongings that were back there?
I think Grond was pack-horsing everything, to be honest.
Okay, so yeah, you have a couple of extra you have a couple of bedrolls with you. But there's not much to go around. That's for sure.
I'll actually
The
pass one
gentleman
over to
that's
him.
worse for wear.
What's-
Yeah, may I go check over on the vitals for the gentleman that's worse for wear?
Yeah, that's
I'll use my,
Calydos.
medical heal, yeah, Calyndra.
Yeah.
Yeah, just check on him, see like if he does go to sleep tonight, he's gonna wake up.
Okay, the man appears a bit.
What am I rolling for that?
You don't really have to roll anything. You go up, and it takes no amount of common sense to determine that that Calydos seems to be coming down with something. He's a slight fever, but chills. He's sweating profusely, and even in the fading light, you can just see the slick sheen of sweat on the poor man's brow.
Yeah, I'll get him one of the
let
bedrolls anyways.
Okay.
Do we have anything to deal with infection, possibly?
Yeah, you. Okay, actually, roll insight for me, Grond.
infection
Or perception, please.
15 dirty.
Okay, so Calydos hasn't mentioned it, but you see a large gash on his left calf, and it does appear to be not doing too good. He's kind of been shying away from it and hasn't made a big deal about it, but you can see it plainly now, and it doesn't look healthy.
Can I cast Cure Wounds on it?
Yep. You cast Cure Wounds, and give me a roll for how much you're healing.
11.
11. Okay, so you heal him for 5 points. You find that your healing is not having as much of an effect, and despite the skin's attempts to knit itself, that some pus remains and some open sores. The wound appears to be quite infected.
All right, so I have a sutures kit and I have alcohol.
Wonderful.
So we're gonna disinfect it.
This is awesome.
And
like, what are the chances? You're like a Swiss Army wizard. This is awesome.
Surgeon. That was from my mom's medical background, but that's why I'm so interested in dissecting things.
That's awesome.
But yes, so my healing was actually one of my other feats that I did.
Right.
So I have lots of good medicine score. And then, so I'd like to alcohol, disinfect, and then let's suture it up so it stops bleeding.
All right. So yeah, you tear up some cloth just off of one of your leggings or whatever there, and clean it up in the water, make a rough bandage, and you tend to this guy's wound, and you perform a miraculous job on it, and it looks like it's cleaned up quite a bit. So you're not sure whether or not you staved off the infection completely, but you've definitely done a good job by his wound. He thanks you, and he says, grumbles to himself, I probably should have said something earlier, but
I think
I didn't want to appear weak. You guys are all so powerful.
Well, it's not about being weak or being powerful. It's about being able to survive. And
yeah, you're gonna lose a leg, chump. Yeah.
I thought you were gonna go somewhere. It's about being part of the team and
Yeah.
Suck it up.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's not infected. You'll be fine till morning next day.
just rub some lead in it.
Rub some lead in it. I like that.
Rub some lead in it.
Rub some lead in it, then get the lead out.
Just friendly
She said
advice.
lead, but we'll go with lead.
Yeah. So, go ahead.
So is there We got four party members and only 2 extra bedrolls. Is that correct?
Yeah, so you have 4 NPCs and only 2 extra bedrolls.
Kite will let Kaylin use her bedroll, and then she'll just kind of spend most of the night meditating as best she can.
Okay. Well, I mean, you experience some resistance, and she politely, refuses for a bit. But knowing Kite, I know she insists a little bit. So eventually, Kaylin, accepts and is very graciously thanking you for your hospitality and for helping them.
So you don't need to try and hide it. You look like you're more used to the finer things in life than I am. So
She's like, well, not anymore. I have a greater appreciation for the things I have now. And she kind of sits, silent for a bit as if contemplating her future in the nobility of Sember.
Oh. But you'd have an ally if we get her back.
always the ways of the monk if you're ever interested.
Yeah, if she's abandoned that, then the likelihood of her, nobility being something good in the city. I mean, she was in the slave mines.
She was
Something
kidnapped.
went south.
We should ask her. Maybe she was kidnapped.
maybe.
And
Kite's just gonna be like, "Hey, bozos, back off. let the rest."
Yeah. There is a
we're
PTSD
looking at a
issue here.
reward.
Yeah. Looking at a reward read away this poor traumatized person. So anyway, after a while, she
Kite
just
gives you another soggy glare.
Well, no, the kidnapping thing, I don't think is whoever mentioned that. I don't think it would be for a reward. I think it would be for her own safety, because if she wasn't kidnapped, then she's there for another reason. If she was kidnapped, then when she gets back to town, her even being present would be another type of problem that we have to deal with. So as much as we want to deal with the sensitivities of her maybe fragile mental nature, it might be really important if we know exactly what went down with her.
Kite does. She got her story out of her.
Okay.
Back in the mines. And yeah, you're like right on the money. Yeah, she was kidnapped.
You know what?
I see. I didn't think she was. I didn't know. But what matters is if she is, then we now have to pay her even more special attention when we get back to town.
Yeah, nobility. Those are some good allies sometimes.
Well, if she's even noble anymore.
I mean, Kite's gonna help her get her back to her family, so that's all she's concerned about at the moment. And if there's if she finds out the Thieves Guild was involved with that, it's just more motivation to dig that blade in deeper.
Yes.
100%. That cow or whatever, that friggin'
The bitch.
Yeah, like she's
She found her way onto a few people's lists at this camp, I assume.
Yeah. Well, I mean, doesn't even have to be at this camp. She just found her way onto a bunch of lists because screw that woman.
So you guys, now the fading light is almost completely faded, and it's settling into night. The sound of the insects and everything with the fading sun, it seems to just increased in volume. How are we doing watches for the evening?
I'll take the second one.
Okay.
I'll take the first one.
Yeah, I'll go on the first one and use one of my remaining spell slots. Well, actually, I got lots left.
So we'll just go with the first one. So Calyndra, you're going to be on first watch.
Second.
Second, who's on first?
G-Bops.
Yeah.
Who's on third?
Gone Bops. Excellent.
What's on third?
Oh, Gone Bops. Okay.
Gone Bops. All right, I'm going to get a D20 from you, please.
I'm also on first watch, setting the alarm.
Okay, perfect. So, and I'm also going to get a D20 roll from you as well as we settle into the first watch. The Brieger, Torv,
nice.
Kaylin, and Kalados all kind of curl up on their individual spots around the fire and try and get as best rest they can. And actually, they fall asleep quite quickly. You got a 9?
Yep.
Okay. And what did you get, Gone Box?
6.
6, okay. So
69.
60. 69, dudes. So, yeah.
Nice.
So the first part of the evening rolls by relatively uneventful. The night sets in full and dark, and the moon's up overhead. You guys, like, there's 2 big full moons.
Really?
Yeah. So who's on second watch?
Grond will take.
It's
Calyndra's on second.
Calyndra. Yeah,
Okay,
Calyndra's
there
on
we go.
second. And I'll get a D20 from you, please, Calyndra. What'd you get?
4.
4. Okay.
Oh.
So, despite your 4, so you're not really, you're kind of hazing in and out, kind of staring off into space and not paying much attention, but you hear the sound, and you're not quite sure what it is, but unfortunately, it finds you rather quickly, and suddenly you find yourself swarmed by these little tiny things. It's really hard to make them out in the low light, but your elf eyes are able to make out small bat-like features and long proboscis, like long beaks on these things, and there's about 15 of them or so flying around you right now, and they're kind of swarming around the camp.
So my alarm would be going off in my head.
Yeah, your alarm is definitely going off now. They seem to have descended on the camp rather quickly.
I'll make sure we get everyone up and start.
Yeah, you all kind of wake up amidst the sound of Calyndra talking and the sound of this. Like I said, this is pretty much all you hear. And you've got these things flying all around you right now. And they're
bat wings in the wind, right?
That's right. Yeah,
that's what I hear. Okay.
Things worse than mosquitoes in the swamps.
Yeah,
but I'm asleep, so I don't know.
And I'm just going to here we go in channel. If you guys want to take a look in channel, those of you with some degree of infravision or dark sight will be able to see about. You're guessing around 12 to 15 of these things flying around, and they are making their attack. So I'm going to need an initiative roll from everybody.
Sleep, so...
No, our alarm went off.
Oh, the alarm did go... Well, the alarm went off in his head.
Yeah.
I said I would have woken you up.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and she was yelling, and I'm yelling too to wake everybody. But also, you can hear it.
Yeah.
Under attack.
Okay.
Oh my God! So this is a mosquito bat.
You hear Kaylin squeal, and
sorry.
Yeah.
No.
You got 5 for Grond. Kite.
10.
10 Calyndra.
1.
1 Emus.
7 plus 4. So
Wait a minute.
11.
You got 1. How did you get 1, Calyndra? Don't you have initiative?
Well, you have
bonuses?
your bonus for initiative.
Add your dexterity
Oh,
to
I'm
that.
doing it like the 2E one.
Oh.
You rolling a d10.
11.
11. Okay, gone Bops?
20.
20. All right. And then Brieger and Torv, I'm going to roll consecutively for both of them at 10. And then Kaelin and Kalados, I will roll consecutively for them at 3. Okay. And then I'm going to break up these 3 groups of these creatures into 3 distinct initiative groups. And they are flapping everywhere and flying in. And we are at Gone Bops. Your tiny little mind is working rapidly, and you are able to react first. You notice that there is lots of these things flying around, and they are large compared to you even. They're intimidating. They're not your average backyard mosquito. Something similar maybe to what you'd find in Manitoba.
Those things will carry you away.
Yeah.
All right. I try. So I guess I'm just curious where my spell slots are at. So if I was first watch, I probably didn't recharge my spells then, hey?
No.
So, okay. I'm going to cast Sleep.
Okay.
Using a Sorry, I'm just gonna see if I can use a second level spell slot on it. So I'm low on my first level.
Roll an
And
additional 2d8 if you have the spell slot.
okay, so I'll use a second spell slot level and do an additional 2d8. So that'd be 7d8, I guess.
Yeah.
I try and target as many of these creatures as I can.
Okay.
Okay, 7.
So I'm going to say that you cast it almost up into the air at the cone that's kind of whipping around you right now, trying to find, ways to dive in.
Okay.
Cone of mosquitoes.
Fortunately, between the sound of the flapping and the alarm, it wasn't really required. There was very little required to detect these things coming in.
So 35.
35?
Yeah, 78.
35, okay. That is dramatic. All of a sudden, you guys just, there's silence amongst the flapping, and you just hear as little winged terrors drop to the ground. And absolutely every single one of them have hit the ground.
Night is for sleeping, not for flapping.
Yeah. So now you can see they're twitching, and they're all still alive, very much alive, and they're all over the ground.
Emus,
Kill 'em all.
you're gonna dissect these little.
I will grab one and then let myself do my little thing over in the corner, which is just pull the knife, scalpel. This one's live too. This is my first live dissection, so.
So it's a vivisection.
Yeah, vivid. Ooh, so this is kind of I'm in my little just heyday. I'm having fun. Thank you about that. That was awesome. High five, mage hand. There we go.
Mage hand pound.
Yeah, mage hand pound.
Okay.
And Kite can go around like putting a knife in some of these sleeping things.
Okay, so there's a total of 15 of them. I'm actually going to give you 8. There is 8 of them that you have dispatched, and Emus has one in his hand, which leaves 9. 6 of them left, and there's 6 on the floor sleeping, and you hear additional flapping as more of that distinct flapping descends upon your area.
Those were just scouts.
Yeah, so there's a number of little flappy things, and those of you with dark vision, you count probably 6 or 7 more of them coming into the area.
Huh.
What is the state of the fire? Is the fire out or going at this point?
I think it's time to put it out, my friends.
I'd say get the fire, keep the fire going.
Yeah.
Get a torch.
Ooh, a
Oh, is it
conundrum.
attracting them? Or is it smell? Or these guys got quite the noses.
We could
And
be
that's-
attracted to the light, no?
Well,
Like
do
a
bats
mosquito.
see
Attracted
light?
by the light, or they also could be repelled by.
Smoke.
They could be repelled by smoke. Who knows, right? So
I have an incense brick. I can toss that on there.
A brick of incense.
we're all going to get as close to high as you can without actually being high.
I didn't say herbs. I
Yeah.
said
Yeah, none of that Shire weed.
yeah.
Old Toby?
Yeah.
Speaking of which, we gotta go get those rotting flowers for that lady later too. Yeah. But yeah, okay, yeah.
Trying to
Incense
figure out if I
brick
make
or
it
put it
back
out.
I wouldn't worry about the incense brick. If we get enough like leaves or wet moss or anything, that'll smudge the ever-living heck out of it.
And that is all the time of debate that you get before the creatures descend upon you, and everybody rolls initiative all over again.
Okay. Ooh.
This time,
5.
I'll take a
9.
14 now, finally.
5 for Kite, 14 for Grond. Calyndra,
Jammer not working.
Calyndra,
Calyndra?
Lynette?
what's your initiative?
Am I not coming? I'm not coming through, am I?
Yeah, you are now.
No.
You're now.
15.
15. Emus,
So you see it? I rolled a natural 20. So 24.
Sweet.
24, Gombox.
5.
On top of it.
5.
A little too sleepy this time.
Now, fortunately, the one dropped off of Kaylin when it went to sleep, so she's okay, and no worries for where, but we'll give those two groups an 8 and a 4. And we are at 9. Emus, you are able to react first as this new batch of bat-winged little creatures descends on your campsite.
Well, I was so inspired by my friend G-Bop, the gnome, with his sleep, trying to outdo him.
Mhm.
So I take that pinch, throw it up in the air, blow it towards him, whisper my little sleep cantation, and I'm going to roll 7d8.
Wow. Rolls all ones.
It has happened before. I remember when I rolled the character. I only got 3 of them, I guess. Okay. My characteristics,
Oh, yeah.
I rolled pretty well there. So 11 plus
Horseshoes
14
up his ass.
plus 12. So that's 26 plus 1 more. Oh, no.
26?
33.
Yeah, that's more than enough to drop all of them out of the air. And they all descend, and you just hear the little pet, 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 pet of these little soft bodies hitting the ground.
And we were worried about the fire. Gee.
These guys must not have very many hit points. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I'm gonna try this cursed sword, and I'm gonna be like, well, let's see what good you are, and I'm gonna start stabbing these little bat things with this sword and just see what happens.
Okay, so yeah, you run along, and you find no resistance to stabbing them. You do not find any awkwardness with the weapon thus far.
Okay, and I talk to it, and I'm like, now you're gonna be good now, right? You're just stuck to my hand, but other than that, you're good, right?
Sword replies, "Oh no." Yeah. No.
Seriously? Or was that just in my head?
No, that was just in your head.
Okay.
Yeah, you're starting to
You
get a
feel
little
like-
paranoid about it now.
I know. Like, how
She
about
is
now?
like the hilt starts blushing as he stab things.
Yeah.
really like stabbing things.
Yeah.
Did it come with a scabbard at all? Can I like see if it can? No, it's just bare. Okay.
Those weapons were all kind of tangled up in the rib-like formations of the shambling mound. So
Well,
yeah.
I'm gonna just at least one more thing. So I'm gonna at least try to see if I can what tune it has at least. So I can at least if it's stuck to my hand, it's not gonna like hamper my style, and see if I can play a little, ham bone on
Try to
this.
slide that down there a little.
Yeah,
little Peter Frampton.
Yeah,
Like
like how people play the saw with like a bow. I'm gonna put my bow on it and see if I can kind of like get a sound out of it.
We got a request for paranoia from Chad. There we go.
Yeah. All right, I'll do my best.
Yeah, a little Black Sabbath. Paranoid, maybe?
I rolled an 18, so.
Nice. Well, somehow you managed to carve some kind of harmony out of this. You're like, I don't know how,
Let's
but
be
I'm
honest.
hearing sounds.
It's stomp.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, we'll get along just fine, won't we?
Yeah,
And
pretty
I'll try
much.
and put it away again and realize it's still stuck to my hand. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, so you find that sleeping is definitely a little bit awkward with this thing attached to your hand, but you kind of place it underneath your hand and you lay on it and you're able to go. So everybody's a little bit on edge right now around the campsite. Kaylin got a little bit of a bite, but it barely grazed her, but she's more creeped out by these little things. And she's booting them off into the water from around the campsite. Brieger's walking around stomping and stashing them. Torv hasn't said much, and Kalados himself just kind of woke to see them dropping out of the sky and really had not much time to react. So you don't hear any more flapping coming in, but it's only been about 10 minutes now of standing around squishing small furry things sleeping on the ground.
He's gonna go back to sleep and get ready for his watch in a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll finish up my watch.
Okay.
Kite's gonna sleep with her hand in her sword, or her sword in her hand.
Yeah.
Whose watch is it now? Because that was the beginning of Calyndra's watch, or during yours. So I guess it's Emus and Kite's watch now.
Yeah, so I guess if Calyndra's going to sleep, and then Emus and Kite are going to stay.
Or no, you were with the first watch with me. Sorry, Emus.
Yeah. So.
No, I was mostly trying to set the alarm. That doesn't.
Oh,
take
okay.
too long.
Oh,
But yeah,
okay.
if I was up, That's good. I definitely would like a half rest at some point.
Is your alarm a cantrip? That's a first level spell, right?
The alarm first level spell.
Yeah.
So I am spent because of our last session, 3 first level spells and 1 second level spell just there.
Right.
So that's why I need to sleep.
Right. So yeah, when this happened, we'll say it was about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. So you guys are gonna. Who's on third watch this now? Kite.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kite will
Do
be
I
on
only
third.
need my 4 hours of sleep? Like, as an elf? Still? Oh, I do too. So, if I've had my 4 hours already, I'll just stay up with Kite and help her keep watch then.
Okay.
You were on Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you
okay.
you'd only had like an hour of sleep before that happened.
Oh, for the first watch, it's just an hour?
For Calyndra. No, the first watch went by without a hitch. Second watch with
She would
Calyndra.
have slept through the first watch.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Slept
there
through
you
the
go.
first watch.
Yep, that's right. So yeah, you would have had 4 hours.
Okay. So,
Would-
yeah, she'll stay with Kite.
And would Kite have had her full rest before then? Because she slept through 1
You
and
would
2.
have had 4 hours. Grond would have had 4 hours. Yeah. So if you're
So
gonna take
technically, what I'd be doing is spending an hour with the dissection, taking notes, and then going back to sleep for this remainder of the watches.
Yep.
Okay, question. After third watch, will Kite have had a long rest or not?
After the after the last watch, you'll have if the last watch goes without a hitch, you'll be fine.
Gotcha. Yeah, okay. Ready to rock.
Okay, so yeah, you're on that shift. I'm gonna get you to roll a d20 for me, please.
Perception or 20?
Just a 20.
Oh, 3.
Nope, 3's okay. So yeah, you actually the time passes relatively uneventful, and the sound of the insect life and whatnot in the area died down a little bit after your brief interlude with those flying creatures, but it's picked back up, and now everybody's just kind of settled into the low din of the swamp. But yeah, it passes by okay. Now, last watch, Grond. Grond wakes, and Torv is actually going to stay up with Grond.
Good, because Grond did not perceive squat.
Yeah.
Sorry, I rolled a 3, which became a 5.
Yeah, that's okay too.
Woo!
That's okay too in this instance. So, your watch passes by okay. You guys can all count yourself as having a full rest. And the morning light breaks. You start to feel that low damp mist kind of creeping in on the water, and all the sounds of the swamp are still heavy around the area. But yeah, sun's coming up, and it looks like it's going to be a clear day today.
At the very start of the day, Kite's gonna wrap her legs around a low-level branch and start doing those like
Sit-ups?
in the air chin-ups there.
Yeah.
Or sit-ups.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys observe Kite.
I was gonna say Calyndra checks on Kalados. How's he doing this morning?
He's doing good. It looks like the wound is starting to knit and that his infection has, at least for now, died down.
Right on, even.
Perfect.
Yeah, so
Emus is looking to do his daily preparations.
Okay.
A couple things he has to prepare, get his books ready.
okay, it looks like Torv and Brieger have already started like breaking up the camp and dousing, what little remains of the fire after chewing down a bit of breakfast. They're eating dry rations at this point, so they're taking it pretty easy after the previous day's events. So they kind of get packed up, and Kaylin kind of brushes herself off and tidies herself up best she can. A few people tentatively wash their faces in the relatively clear water at the edge of this island, but everybody's a little hesitant to go towards the water's edge, so those are short-lived at best.
Kite's gonna check in on Kaylin when she wakes up to see how the bite was looking.
Okay, yeah, and the bite looks like it's fine. She took a little bit of a scrape where the initial creature, like where it bit her initially, but it looks like it's going to heal.
Looks like it'll be fine, but please try to be more careful in the future.
She's like, I don't know what those things were. She's like, I've never seen them before.
Yeah, with any luck, hopefully we won't see them again.
Yeah, so the island actually stretches several hundred feet, I guess, ahead of you, and kind of bends around to the right. It's broken up by a stretch of water about 10 feet across to the island up here, about 10 feet across at these points, and about 10 feet across to here. Looking across, you can see that the road kind of carries on in both directions, with the more worn path to the west, which you guys are kind of seeing here as north. You can see the compass up here. It's a little bit, north is this direction. So, further to the west, that road continues, and you can kind of see the remnants of the old road underneath of it. But it looks like there is a trail or a bit of a worn path that goes off a little bit further to the right. Unfortunately, navigating to either of those locations is going to require going into the water.
Are there any little creatures around I could ask what's down this little path, the less worn path?
You definitely get the sense that there's a lot of life in this area. So you're welcome to perform a nature check and see if you can commune with some of your diminutive friends.
While he's doing that, I'm going to shake my sensor, release Poe. Just get a bird's eye view.
Yeah, Poe forms up and sails off to the sky.
I get a 13 on nature.
13 on nature. Okay, so you get the impression from a lot of things about a lot of things, but none of them to indicate any sense of danger or warning in the area. You just generally get the feeling of nature doing nature, feasting, chasing. You get all kinds of those, instinctual kind of impressions, but nothing to denote fear or danger, or to indicate any kind of path or what might be ahead on any of those things. So unfortunately, I was going to say, unfortunately, with nature, you are going to have to rely a little bit on nature's interpretation of what you're trying to ask of it as well. So you either have to guide it towards answering a question in a way that nature would understand to answer that question, or you'll have to deal with the vagueness of nature's answer. So you guys have those two paths before you. Which one are you going to choose?
Oh my god.
The western path looks more well-worn, does it not?
It does.
Would it be a better path to take?
Probably lead us back to some sort of civilization or town that we can get our bearings at.
I know we were supposed to travel west until we started traveling north from a split road, but is this that split? Is this that road?
Yeah. You would think it would be more present.
Obvious?
Cool. Yeah.
Like with the signpost that has a split this way, that way, this way, that way.
Yeah.
Right way, wrong way?
Right
on the
way.
road or gravel on the road or something.
Yeah.
I would guess the one best, mostly traveled by would probably be the best one.
Yeah.
Best chance of heading
That
back.
would have been the most recent one. For
Yeah.
Sure.
From
Does
the
anyone
bird's eye
remember-
view, we're
Yeah.
not seeing any kind of further path or a further divide any further ahead.
So as Poe goes up, you're able to look through his vision, and you can see that there is definitely the more worn path seems to continue, broken up by several islands in the direction straight west. The path that leads kind of northwest is almost invisible. You catch it a few times and it's spotty, but it appears to dip into greater density of trees and swamp further northwest. But the more worn path is straight west.
I relay that to my group, and give the opinion of like, hey, I'm all for civilization at this point. Let's get back on track with our original missions.
You also see a
But
large moose trudging its way through the swamp several hundred feet ahead of you.
I thought you said we weren't in Chilliwack.
You are now.
You are now with the moose for sure.
Yeah.
Or
The
shut
less
up,
worn
Bud.
Quick, roll versus drug dealer.
oh god.
Yeah. That's a different campaign. Yeah.
That's Rifts right now with Miles's poor character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dealing with drug dealers is great.
Man.
The less worn path is probably less. Also, like we could probably hide on this path easier too. Perhaps if there are any of these
But if
orcs
it's
wandering.
less worn, it may lead to nowhere.
Yeah.
Place it lead. You know what? We should almost mark this mentally because the stuff that we could find at a place that is abandoned will be a little more easy for the taking and a little less resistance to the removal of valuable items. But we're looking
Always
for
the treasure
civilization to
hunter.
get these four to safety.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Now it's not really the time to go treasure hunting for no reason.
Can does someone here have an exceptional memory which could mark this route or mark this as a memory?
It's not so much as a memory as a book that I'm constantly writing down in.
You know what? I'm
That's
confident
even better
with your
than
ability
memory.
to write.
The reason I say that is because with the bird's eye view, I can kind of cartography down and take those kind of shots. And then Kelly's been providing so many good maps. It's pretty good to have in a journal kind of thing. So yeah, all these bird's eye view things. So it's good to have. Except the mine. The mine, there's no bird's eye view in that mine, so I can't really do that one. But
Yeah.
But we did
so
find
yes,
a map.
it's marked. I'm going to make note of this. So we're saying this is the first possible fork. This might be somewhere we have to return to.
Okay.
And I'm just sketching out my bird's eye view.
Okay.
So we're only mildly forked right now.
Yeah, you can see that the path definitely breaks up all
Spooned,
over
if
the
you will.
place, but generally carries on in a westerly direction. As your bird is flying, how long are you carrying Poe, like to the extent of his flight capability here? Which I think
This one I was going a height, so he's going to have to sail in circles with the wings propellant up, try to get as high as he can.
Okay.
So not very far away from me, but up high, so I can try and see as long and far.
Okay, so I'll get you to roll perception for me then. Pretty please.
Boom, kicking ass, 18 plus.
That's enough anyway. So you actually see that the swamp seems to go from more dead growth and trees and swampland to more of a thick forest, maybe 5 or 6 leagues from where you are located right now.
And I'll pretend
That's
I know
on the
what league
western
is.
path.
That's on the western path.
Okay, so league is
3 miles.
3 mile, yeah, two
Yeah.
change miles.
And yeah, you can see that forest kind of surrounds this swamp, and like after the swamp kind of begins to go into more thick green forest, about 5 leagues or so in a general circle from your location.
All right, I'm gonna suck Poe back into the sensor.
And behind you is
And then-
the tall mountains that you guys just came from.
Perfect. I'll let the group know all of our surroundings there so they can make the best decision.
Okay.
Which makes the group make a decision. Let's go somewhere.
You going west?
The west it gets more swampy, but eventually we will pull into deep forest. The
Mhm.
north, and it's got a little more island kind of mass, right?
Yeah, the
And
path
what
to
was
the
to
north.
the north? For the north?
The northwest, the path is definitely more sparse. It will be more difficult to try and keep track of that path when you're at ground level. But and it's broken up by a lot more landmass and water breaks than the path to the west appears to be.
The west is the path most taken.
It appears so. Although all of this area, you can't see footprints. You don't see any previous, 3?
No, west
Okay.
side.
Okay,
West side.
Oh,
Joe.
west side, yeah.
West side.
Yeah.
Oh, what is it?
It's
What is
this
it?
side.
Is it this?
It's this.
Or,
Yeah.
there we go.
Ice cube
Yeah.
right back.
sorry, I'm not a gangsta.
Yeah.
You
Yo,
could have fooled me, Grond.
South side.
3.
Yeah.
Live
So
long
sorry.
and prosper.
yeah, you'd hear all these Crips in the south. They're like, "Oh, that's not how you do it." They'll be like phoning it in. Like, we're trying to watch D&D here, and you guys are flashing shit gang signs. So the sun's coming up now. It's like morning has broken. In the immortal words of Cat Stevens.
Hmm.
So choose your
let's
path.
get on the road. kick ass and take names. Head west.
Head
Yep.
west.
West.
Okay, so you approach
Dragons west.
the first
really
break
bad.
at the tip of the island that you're on, and it takes a dip off a bit of a little grassy knoll edge here, and then it dips down, and it appears the water ahead of you is about 10 feet across to the next island, and looks to be about 7 to 10 feet deep.
Grond, you want to toss me on the other side with a rope, and I'll tie a rope?
Is there any
A dwarf.
Is there any
You guys
logs
always want to
big
do
enough?
things the hard way.
What's that, Calyndra?
Is there any logs that we could span across it?
You don't see any in the immediate area. The closest tree is on the island to the right, or just across to the what would be your northeast. This one right here. So you have this tree here, and then you have these two trees here.
So, I mean,
But there's no logs. There's lots of roots sticking out along the edge of the embankment. But basically, the embankment goes out. It's grassy and kind of rooty, and then it ducks down a couple of feet and then into the water. And then it's about 7 to 10 feet deep at its deepest point.
Yeah, let's just tie a rope across again and get everybody across.
Yeah, but this time we can mage hand instead of risking it. We can mage hand fly one end all the way across.
Well, I guess if Grond can't toss me, but
Oh,
He's
you
not
like to spiral across. You guys
You
have
want
been
to feel
practicing
being
that.
tossed. That's true.
I want to fly.
It's just
All right,
right.
how far across is
I
that?
believe I can
10 feet.
fly.
So we got So Girl and Channel saying smoke weed every day. I'm not sure if that's party advice or if that's actually adventure advice. But you guys may want to be more alert in the swamp. I'm just saying, you may want to be more alert. But maybe the weed will make you more constructive, and within seconds you'll have constructed a raft of So I don't know. Anyway.
Any herbs. We have not partaken.
That's right. There is no Shire herb going yet. So we are. You're going to cross how? Tossing a gnome.
Gnome tossing's okay because that's kind of cool.
Okay, well, we can do that.
But
Okay. I'm
That's
gonna
kinda
need.
cool.
I'm gonna need an acrobatics check from the gnome to land in a safe manner.
But if this doesn't go well, or he gets any loss of hit points in the future, mage hand across is always viable, you guys. It's really
I got 16.
16, wonderful. So you do a little tuck and roll on the other side, and
I'm okay.
pull yourself back up with a little ta-da, and you are on the other side. Grond, for you, you guess that you could probably leap that, but
Shit.
you have some question as to whether or not the landing on the other side would support the weight of you coming down.
You know what? Can I leap it and then do a tuck and roll to
Yep.
make sure that I don't sink in too much?
There is an acrobatics check involved, but you can more than happily do that. You got it.
How far was it? I apologize. I thought it said 50 feet.
10.
11 plus my 3, 14.
Sure. Yeah, you actually land with a solid thump on the other side. It's a little bit squishy, so your feet sink in only just a couple of inches, but you land safely on the other side. Kaelin and Brieger and Torv and Kalados are kind of working their way down the edge of the embankment a little bit more careful than everybody else is.
Kite's gonna assist them with crossing there.
Okay, so yeah, Kaelin immediately kind of drifts towards you and looks to you for some support as you guide them across. I'm going to get you to roll a perception check for me, Kite, as you enter the water, please.
But I was going to tie a rope up to this side, right? So that's why I went across. So there should be a rope in there too.
Yeah, that will just, like the rest of us, will just kind of pull across. But that is unfortunately only an 8 on the perception.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll be last on the rope coming across.
Yeah, I'll be one of the last ones helping everyone across too.
So you guys are kind of pulling yourselves across there, and yeah. So
You're
Watching for a shambling mound. If he sees one, it's time to smash.
yeah. So
I heard a toad.
Yeah, so Emus, what are you doing? You're still on the island? You're still on the previous one?
And I was going to be one of the last to cross on the rope,
Okay.
making sure everybody's okay.
Okay, so Torv is kind of making his way across there, trying to hold the sword and kind of like, he's missing one arm, so he's kind of trying to hold onto the rope best he can and hold himself across. And he seems to be the last of the NPCs that are carrying him, making their way across with a little help from Kite.
I think Calyndra was also helping out too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Calyndra following up in the rear, making sure Torv gets across, and you guys make it across okay. And now it's just Emus.
Okay.
So you're going to follow up the rear, and you're wading through the water?
Well, for me, I have to keep my books and everything above. So if it was below waist or anything like that, I'm trying to keep above.
Yeah, can't bards surf on a mandolin? That's what chat's asking.
surf.
The little mandolin surfing? Yes.
For that, I'm not sure how I would do that, but as if there's a way to have the rope still attached to a mage hand and the gnome over there who have tied it, I would slide my books across on a rope.
Okay.
So I have 2 satchels. So the satchels, the straps would have to be on the rope above water, and me wading through the water, holding on to them, dragging.
Okay, that's good to know. So yeah, you managed to get your items and equipment safely across the other side, and you wade through. I guess you come out the other side a little bit draggled and soaking wet, but everything else is no worse for wear. So you guys are all up.
The books are dry.
Yeah, you guys are all up on the other side of the embankment, and the trail continues through some trees and along some, rough, spongy ground there to the west.
When we get back to town, we're gonna have to look at getting you some sort of a waterproof sack or something.
Especially since we seem to play in the water a lot. So I think I have a couple picked out. They're nice leather pattern on there. Maybe some manticore wing leather satchels.
Yeah, Grond still got a suit of leather being crafted somewhere.
Oh yes.
Where the heck we are.
Kite's gonna kind of look out into the water and see if she can hear or see where that croaking is coming from.
Okay, so that's real, isn't it? I keep hearing something.
Yeah. So you're I'll have to get you to roll perception.
That's not just me.
Because let's see.
Yeah, I'm hearing a bullfrog too every once in a while.
Oh, but a 1, so 4.
Okay, so yeah, you don't sense anything. Like nothing leaps out at you.
Oh.
Yeah, and that's it. There's a butterfly that flies by, and the sunbeams are starting to poke through the thin canopy on some of these trees. But the warmth of the day is coming on to the morning now, and you're generally feeling a good sense of things.
Do I see any tracks on the pathway?
I'll get you to roll perception. Investigation, please.
Okay. Well, that was a nat 20.
Okay, so you do see a few tracks. They look hard to identify. You've actually not seen any tracks like these before. They appear webbed, 5 claws on them, and they appear to be the size of a human hand.
How fresh do they look?
Maybe 2 days old.
2 days old?
And they're going in a multitude of directions here.
I'll point it out to the others. Has anyone seen anything like this before?
And anybody here would not. Nope. None of these. Nobody here does. Including Calyndra.
No, but I do point out that if there's many a track, that means many a body.
Ron will point out that if there's only 1 or 2 tracks, they could still be many. They can just travel in each other's footsteps.
Ooh, very smart at that point.
Well, either way, we should maybe push on. I don't know if I want to find out what these
Keep pressing on at as good a pace as we can to get out of the swamp, because we do want to sleep a comfortable night's rest somewhere.
Right. So you
As
guys.
a side note,
mosquitoes from hell.
an animal covers its tracks that well, it's mostly a prey, not a predator. But there are predators that do play stealth games like that.
That is
mostly
true,
in the
yep.
feline.
Well,
Yeah.
especially those with high intelligence or high enough intelligence to know how to ambush and want to do that, because that's also a guerrilla tactic. And that would be something that Grond would know from his military academy training.
So are you guys continuing on the path to the west, or?
Oh yeah, still the west.
Pushing
Okay.
west, yeah.
Okay, so you kind of who's in the lead? I'll just need a rough order. The first two people in particular, and who's in the rear. So Grond and who in the front?
Oh,
Grond is near
Go near
front
the
or
front.
rear?
Grond's in the front.
Okay, so the
Front.
NPCs are
Oh.
kind of clustering in the center, with Brieger and Torv up near the front, just behind Grond. And
Can
who's in the
Grond be
rear?
keeping an eye for an ambush as well?
Yep.
Yeah, Calyndra's going to keep an eye on those tracks as well as we're going.
Yeah, you do note that Brieger and Torv seem fairly on alert as well.
My
Kite's
ambush.
hanging out close to Kaylin there.
Yeah, you note that she seems to feel like she seems very awkward in this environment, very just awkward, even walking, and she's kind of dainty and she's not quite sure where to step and stuff. She's not making travel difficult, but you do get the sense that she's completely out of her environment. We got
I'm gonna be at the front too, just trying to look for traps on the road or any like types of pit.
I'll have Gone Bops on my shoulder.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Keep your
awesome.
eyes out. Look for traps and look for ambushes, because if we spring a trap, that will potentially be the ambush situation that causes them to jump out if something is here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And keep an eye for individuals themselves, please.
Okay.
If they're all going to be at the front, I'll pull up the back then.
All right. So
Then you have Emus kind of with the pack, but behind Grond.
okay, and you're doing Poe's still doing the circles up above.
Yeah, I actually had pulled him back because when I had sent him up, we got a kind of a good view, and then I wanted to concentrate on
Okay.
the road because when he's up, I have to keep flipping back with my eyes, and that's
Sure. Yep. No, that makes
optimal.
sense. Okay, so you continue down the road for what feels like a good mile, for sure. So a bit of time passes, and actually the ground hasn't broken up by any other gaps of water in a bit. The ground is still marshy, and on either side of you, you can see that there's bands of water, and the trees and the mounds of earth are breaking up with different pools of collected rainwater. And the area is still very much swampy, but you seem to be on the path of less resistance. So after about a mile, the canopy of swampy and half-dead trees kind of seems to close in around you, and you get the feeling that this is, it's heading towards a thicker area of forest, or at least it once was before it was claimed by the swamp. Sun's still shining. There doesn't appear to be a cloud in the sky, and so far the travel is uneventful. Are you doing anything at this point?
Maintaining watch, snacking
Maintaining
while
watch.
we go,
Okay.
and maintaining the paranoid vigil.
Okay, Grond,
Yeah.
I need whoever's in the front to roll me a perception check. So that's Grond, Gone Bops, and actually Brieger and Torv are close enough, but they got an 8 and a 7. So this is perception.
Got a 9.
Okay.
Oof. I've got this one, 14.
A 14. Okay. So up ahead on the path, you do see it looks like a lump of human clothes or somebody's clothes on the side of the road. And as you get a few feet closer, it looks like it might be a body.
Not getting that close. 30 feet is the top range. Mage hand. Gonna try and adjust, move, see if we can instigators potentially spring a trap.
Okay, so your mage hand, you guide it forward to the lump of mass, or what appears to be a corpse, and you kind of move it aside, and it's very difficult to move. It feels heavy, even from the mage hand perspective. You get the sense that it has some weight, and the corpse, as it flips over, you can see is quite blue. It appears to be a man of some age, but the body is so bloated and so distended from just age and general decay that it's difficult to make out any attributes. short of it maybe being human, could be half orc. It's very difficult to tell from this distance.
Even with, can I take a really good look at it? Even get a little bit closer?
You mean like put your hand on your chin and just like squint further from 30 feet, or are you moving in for a closer look?
Yeah, no, I think we have to get close. Were you thinking this is a trap?
Chat says send in the red shirts.
Yeah, pretty much. Grond will walk ahead.
Okay.
I'll hop down off your shoulder and just kind
coming
of
with
keep
you.
watch on the horizon
Okay.
of the road.
So, Grond, are you pointing this thing out to anybody who hasn't seen it?
Yeah.
Or kind of keeping
Yeah, I
it,
would.
just keeping an eye on it? Or
I'm keeping an eye on it. I might maybe mention something like kind of hold back and I'll head forward. Is anyone else coming with me or is it just me?
I think we could come out maybe to do some detection on it. I'm pretty perceptive with those things, knowing what stuff is.
Okay. All right. So as you approach, you can definitely see that it is a corpse of something that may or may not have been human at one point. By the ears, you're guessing it's human, but again, the face and the body is so bloated. Much of the clothing that this person has been wearing has rotted off, and you don't see any possessions immediately. Who is investigating the body closer? Grond? Okay.
Myself
Sounds like
and Grond,
Grond
I
and
believe.
Emus. is
Grond and
big.
Emus. I'll get perception checks from you guys.
Just straight perception.
Yes, please. 4. Okay.
Oh, look at that! Another natural 20. This dice is
Another
nice.
natural 20. Okay, so as Grond is about to reach in for it, Emus, you notice that there appears to be some really large maggot-type creatures boring their way out of holes in this creature's arm.
Nope.
So as
no
a
touchy.
mortician, kind of as a hobby mortician, I recognize this level of decay as length in death.
Yeah,
How
so
long he's been dead.
so Emus, actually, you would probably recognize. I'll get you to roll me one more d20, please.
Oh, 2.
A 2.
Plus 3, so
Okay,
5.
so you know you've seen these before. You know that somewhere in your medical text you may have come across these before, but you can't really recall anything about them. But now as you get closer and as you're nearing the body, you see that more of them are actually boring their way out of the bloated corpse, and the stomach is starting to kind of shift as if there is a volume of these things inside. And you see that they're boring out and boop, dropping onto the ground, and they're starting to crawl towards you.
Oh, let's set a
20%.
fire. Let's burn this body.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know the body is it's moist, it's bloated, and it's in a swamp. So what are you using to ignite this thing?
That's a tough one. But before we
I-
ignite one, I'm going to get a little bit closer, grab one of them, put them into one of the empty vials on my necklace, put one of them in, shut it, and just hold it for like that's gonna, and then we can go burn whatever you guys want.
Okay. What's your armor class? Oh, never mind. So you reach up to pick. What did you pick it up with? Your hands, right?
I'm reaching down to pick a. So you said they're like 3 inches big.
Yeah. About
How
that.
big are these?
Yeah, they're about that big.
Okay. Well, my vials aren't that big. And I don't have anything else that would hold it.
Yeah, 2 inches, I would say.
2 inch. Okay. So yes, my vials I wrote down as okay. So yeah, I'm going to go reach down and try to grab one of them.
Okay.
Just my morbid.
You do, and you felt a slight twinge for a second, and you look down as if to like look at the creature you've just picked up, and you see the last end of its tail wiggling into a hole in your hand, and you just like you grab your hand, but you see its little worm ass go right into that hole, and you now have one in you.
Oh no!
Grond, you saw this as well.
Surprisingly, I'm calmed.
I'm
Normally I'd
lighting.
be-
I'm lighting that section of his finger or whatever on fire with prestidigitation because you burn that thing. That does not stay inside of you.
Yeah, so Emus, you take 4 points of damage as the creature burrows in, and you now feel a racking pain tearing up your wrist as this creature burrows inside you.
Well, do it.
Sorry,
Oh,
Grond.
wait, do it.
What did Grond do? You applied fire?
So did it
Immediately.
attack? Do I get reactions or anything?
Not at this moment, you do not. You literally had this thing curl up your wrist, and you barely had time to react. But Grond seems quick to the pace, and you're putting fire to the wound. Okay, so
Immediately.
Emus, you take a further 1 point of damage, but the other than the fire damage, the pain of that creature burrowing into your arm suddenly seems to fade. So you are just left with the burning sensation on your hand from the application of flame, but you do know
Alright,
you no longer feel it burrowing into you.
Well, I
If it's a
immediately.
leech or not, but anything inside of you is very bad.
Yeah, no. So I immediately. I'm okay with a little. I do this. I'm not saying I'm a cutter or anything like that, but I'm going to do the little slicing with my disinfected tool and get this thing out.
Into your hand?
I'm a hobby mortician surgeon kind of thing, so I'm getting that thing out.
Are you familiar with a botfly at all? Have you ever heard of a botfly? Okay, so
I have.
the botfly grub has small barbs that surround its skin that really prevent you from being able to peel it out like that, and this creature is no different. So you find extricating it from the wound very difficult, and you only serve to mangle your hand a bit. You take a further point of damage as you invade this wound, and you basically pierce the ass end of it, and its entrails spew out through the wound and basically collapse the small lump on your wrist where the creature was situated under. So
it's out?
Well, you've managed to pop it and squeeze most of its guts out of your wrist. But that wound is looking terrible. Despite your surgical application, that wound is looking terrible. You have a burned hand and a infested hole in your hand.
Kite's wearing a mask, but she's got the little blue anime sick lines under her face because that's really gross, man.
You actually suddenly feel a hand placed on your wrist, and you turn to see Brieger, and he actually heals you for 4 points of healing. He says a quick prayer over top of your hand, praying to his god. And and he seems to have healed you for some degree. So the wound seals up a bit. You can definitely still see where it was. There's some scar tissue that you're hoping will go away.
While we're all getting distracted like this, though, I am moving him physically away from the pile of bugs because they were working their way towards us.
Yeah,
and I'm going to burn the rest of those.
Okay, so you apply fire to all the little critters squiggling around the bottom there, and they just shrivel up, and you can almost hear faint little shrieks and popping as they burn up. And this corpse is still pulsing. So are you trying to burn the corpse as well? If you are, you're finding it quite difficult to burn given its waterlogged and entirely infested state.
While he's doing that, I'll kind of take everyone past it. So that...
Okay, good. Yeah, everybody kind of moves on past and gives that corpse a wide berth. Maybe berth is not the right word to be using at this moment. But and then what do you do with the corpse? Anything else? Or are you moving past?
I might use a stick to try and see if there's anything of value on it, but that's about it.
Okay.
Poke it with a stick, eh? Classic maneuver.
Just leave it. Just leave it.
Okay, so
Is there any stragglers?
Okay,
Ones
so
that didn't get incinerated.
I'm gonna need a dexterity check from you, Grond, please.
I'm just using a stick,
I know.
3-4 foot stick.
Oh, a 3-4 foot stick? Yeah, even still, I'm
gonna use your mage hand.
Yeah.
Use your mage hand. Don't even get near there.
Yeah, actually, that's even better.
Okay, so you use your mage hand, and the mage hand pokes into this thing, and the gut explodes, sending a spray of small grubs in an area about 10 feet around the body. The grubs kind of scatter and start crawling in different directions, many of which start to crawl back towards the corpse itself. But they're all over the place.
Burn them all.
Okay.
Torch. Just burn each and every single one of these things.
Okay, so Grond, you guys all situate yourselves up ahead of the road, and Grond spends about 5 minutes or so torching these things and trying to burn them, and finally gets things down to a dull roar, short of shoving the torch or flame into the corpse itself. but it appears that you've extinguished most of this swarm of creatures.
Heard most. That means not all, right?
Yeah, that's right. So,
Okay,
I mean,
depending-
short
I
of
need one of
rolling
those.
the body over and getting in there, yeah.
So this time, I cast Mage Hand, and I'm going to grab one of those specimens. For
Oh,
that
good
vial.
lord.
Okay, so you
Oh god, I went this far into it. I gotta try it this time with the
You
Mage
gra-
Hand.
Cocoon.
One of these specimens. Have you ever seen the movie Alien? Like
Yeah.
the company just had to have their specimen.
Yeah.
And look what
in the
happened.
movie.
For science.
Yeah. We got like, oh, what is
It's-
this? Stand by me. Maybe shoot a fireball. Unfortunately,
It's-
I don't know. Do you have fireball yet, Emus?
Oh, I wouldn't take it. Why would I want to burn things? I like decay.
Because that's the ultimate wizard spell. It's
Yeah,
the
that's
answer
like-
to everyone's problems.
What is it?
Oh,
The shit guide to D&D?
Yeah.
I'm definitely not your tip. If you saw my list of spells I've taken, you're gonna be like, "Why?" I'm definitely not. I'm definitely
No,
not
it's
your
good.
typical
It's-
wizard.
I think it's better when it's flavored to character interest versus
Also,
metagame.
if it says necromancy, it's hard not to take. It's so hard not to take, even
Yeah.
though it's like useless. Necromancy is pretty bad, but still,
I prefer it's just misunderstood.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's just like
It gets
prawn.
better if you don't pick up grubs, I hear.
I
Brain
hear
eating grubs.
one of my he's on the spectrum of mental health that makes it so these curiosities are hard to
Resist.
overcome.
Yeah.
Very hard to resist. So, yeah.
All right.
Research.
Well, you guys passed that
Well
that
done.
swarm of creatures, and Grond kind of cleans up the area. You see Emus, like a creep, go over and mage hand one of these things into a small vial, which he corks and puts in his pocket of all places. Yeah. Are you putting it in the front pocket or in one of your satchels? Nowhere near the crotch area?
No,
A
No
dreaded
ice pirates.
kangaroo.
Kelly. No ice pirates.
Yeah, no space herpes on this adventure. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna let you guys kind of gather your thoughts after dealing with that recent grossness, and before we proceed, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. So everybody in chat, feel free to stick around and join us. We'll be back in 10 minutes to continue the adventure. Bye for now.
Alright.
Heals his burns. Okay. I'm sorry, anything past a certain level of money, you're not allowed to make mistakes. In my, oh. I'd say you'd be at like what, 300, 350 now? More? No less. Oh, good. I really enjoyed surfing for it. Thank you.
Okay.
Those shrimp were delicious.
Do, 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 do.
Two mics picking up. Okay, second one. Mic check 2.
I think I can hear you, sir.
Okay, so that one's working. Thank you. What'd you guys have for dinner?
Fresh moose garlic sausage,
Oh.
Parmesan and garlic cheese crackers, or Parmesan and garlic crackers with a little bit of marble cheese.
Where's gone Bops when he has to dodge the drool? Man, Kelly's pumping out another map. That's awesome. What do you think those larvae are?
So,
They could be either giant leeches of some sort, which is unlikely. I think the more likely, even though Grond doesn't know that, Grond just thinks they're a leech.
Oh, we're on
But they
timeout.
could be. They could be something nastier, which is a rot grub, which in second edition, if you got one in you, if you didn't burn it within like 1d3 turns, you took no hit points of damage, you didn't know anything was wrong.
But it took you over? No.
Oh, no, they burrow to your heart and you're dead. Done. No saving throws, nothing. You're just dead.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Emus, I know eventually you're just going
But
to try and
As
There's
soon
a
as I thought it was leeches, I was like, it's either rot grub or leeches. Both are burnable. Just burn the thing. Don't care, burn it.
No, I'm
Because
good.
if it was
I'm
bloated
definitely-
and watery, no done, no play.
So with that specimen, Emus, and with you
I'm gonna bring it back
consistently,
and see if anybody knows what it is. Ask
you
around.
know what it is.
You're still on mute, Kelly.
Oops. There we go. You know what it is. So you would have tried repeatedly, but you know from your medical studies what a rot grub is.
Ooh, that's why I wanted to keep one. Okay.
Yeah. So you having a specimen on you and you just consistently trying to remember and reflect back on your teachings and stuff. At some point here, you're going to realize that that's what that is.
Perfect. Thank you.
That could be an interesting grenade, actually. If we're like fighting someone and we like smash that on them.
You read my mind. That was perfect. I was
Oh.
like, how could we like
Everyone-
use this?
That's a nasty thing to do to somebody. And it takes time too. It doesn't just happen instantaneously. So, they go into somebody and it's like
This would be amazing. Well, this is a timeout, so DM kind of plug your virtual ears right now. But
Yeah.
as a group, a really swift revenge against that girl, the leader thief that's chopped off the head of Thorgor, would be like a meeting with Calyndra where she could like get that. Oh, that'd be amazing. Some secret Calyndra drop and get that girl some North Korean assassination style.
Yeah,
Okay.
with a rock grub.
Yeah, that'd be a sweet move. I'm gonna next time we have some chill time, I'm gonna bring that up with the group.
What if we like put a rock grub on an arrow and shot the arrow at someone? It might just go into us as we're trying to put it on the arrow, though.
Yeah.
It's funny
Or it
too
could-
because the chances of it. I know that you were being careful and everything, but for it to hit, I rolled a nat 20. So it was like,
I
boop.
honestly,
I was like, what are the
amount of nat
chances?
20s that have happened tonight? They're on fire because
Oh,
we
yeah.
missed last week. Or all our dice are on fire.
Yeah. So Emus narrowly missed an infection by a rot grub. Over the course of the next hour, Emus, reflecting back on his medical school teachings, a rot grub is used in a variety of medical applications as well, and he's familiar with it, and he begins to recall some of that information. So, so you guys can read up a little bit
Also
on it
now-
on your own.
Now that Calyndra's back, Calyndra, we might have a sweet revenge move for you to take over the Thieves Guild. When we ever do take over the Thieves Guild.
Okay.
We have a rock grub right now, and if somehow you sneak it into like the sleeping quarters of the girl that took over Thorgar's position, or somehow plant it near her for the rock grub to secretly get her, that'd be a sweet North Korean assassination on your part.
So
Yes.
the dark wizard is plotting assassination attempts using a rot grub as a weapon. You are weaponizing
Hey.
a monster maggot.
G-Bops mentioned that as well. As I was thinking about it, he tore the thought from my mind somehow.
Like in the
D&D
vial.
biological weapons.
Yeah, you could keep it in a vial and just like toss it in someone's direction, and it smashes at their feet, and then like in the middle of battle, they don't really think, oh, whatever, little worm.
It's perfect rock grub Molotov.
It's very Metal Gear Solid 3 of you guys.
Strap it to an arrow and shoot the arrow at them.
That's what I was thinking too, but
Yeah.
it's a little
Hardtack,
dicey. You have to like put it on the arrow.
That's true.
So this is the path that lies ahead of you. Just beyond this area, you walk in about 10 minutes, and it comes to a bit more of a watery area with about a 10-foot break before the next island. You see the worn path ahead of you, and it kind of goes between overgrown completely to just a little bit visible to more overgrown to a little bit visible. And the path seems a lot more sparse here, but generally continues in a westerly direction. The water, from what you can see, it's got a thick layer of algae on top, but you're guessing it's between 10 and 12 feet deep.
Backing up a little bit, as soon as Grond caught up with us, I would have kind of checked out, like made sure that he didn't have anything crawling in him.
Okay, you guys are kind of giving each other the lice check.
Well, at least Grond, because he was sitting there poking at it, and
I can just picture Grond all hunched over, Calyndra behind him, just
Picking monkey like
yeah,
yeah, no,
like
no,
baboons on the Serengeti.
Is there actually a drow delicacy?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Alright.
and the
Then
best,
turn
the
around, I
sweetest ones come when they're like half ogre bitten. Oh, we lost a viewer. I think we just grossed somebody right off the chat. All right, so yeah, moving on. You guys do not find anything untowards other than the fact that Emus has a gross little nugget still wriggling around in the limited airspace of that tube that he put it in.
Well, I don't care if it dies, but if we keep it alive, I have ways. To keep it alive.
You better check that thing on a regular basis. Make sure it doesn't get out.
Keep it in view, kind of thing, is what you're saying. Okay.
So
I
we're
think
at
it has-
the old 10-foot crossing again.
We're keeping it.
Kelly?
10-foot cross.
Sorry, didn't hear that.
Yeah.
We're at the we're at another 10-foot crossing there.
Boop, 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 boop. And you're all kind of
So-
sitting there. The NPCs are shoring up the back. Brieger is up towards where you are with Grond.
Kite's gonna look at Grond and Bops and say, "Well, gentlemen, normal crossing plan."
Works for me.
Okay, so Grond,
Start
you're
to a Liberty
tossing.
play?
You can see there's a little tree. It's not solid. I mean, it's got a 2-foot diameter trunk on it. So, I mean, it's a thick enough tree. But it's across the water, and it looks, sturdy enough to hold the weight of a half-ogre and then some. So you guys are crossing.
Okay, so
Can Grond just jump over that?
Grond can certainly try.
You got to throw the
Little acrobatics.
spiral.
It is
Yeah, you gotta
Animal
throw-
Crossing. I see in chat here, Jay's all like, what is this, Animal Crossing?
16.
16, yep. So you land actually fairly stable on the other side, and the ground actually feels less spongy than the ground that you just previously off. So you're on a stable patch of ground with a tree just to your left on the other side.
Tie up the end of my rope to one side. Toss the other end of tie it up to a rope on one end. Tie it to the tree on the other.
Okay.
Throw the rock over to them. Tie her up and let's get going.
Okay, yeah, so there's enough room between there's enough rope lengths to tie it stably between those two trees here, if you like. Or even this tree. I mean, you're looking at about 40 feet of distance between those two trees.
I have a question for the group. Were we before all doing like a backwards hold and crawling and not touching the water?
That's not how I was picturing. I was kind of picturing like being stuck waist deep in the water and using the rope to kind of guide yourself across.
That's
Yes,
what I was
that's what I
picturing
was-
too.
Okay, so that's what I was picturing. Waist deep kind of guiding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, otherwise you
we
would
could
look pretty silly over a 10-foot gap of water doing a little beep, 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 going.
Yeah, the Navy SEAL crawl. Let's
Yeah,
not
I
do
would have
that.
had to throw a crocodile at you at that point. I was like, this is just too freaking silly. Yeah.
Eating chicken.
Stop that. This bit has become far too silly.
Yes.
It's better than having to do the stand,
Yeah.
or not the stand. Sorry, the body. What was the name of the movie that was
Stand
based
by
on the
Me?
Body? That's Stand by Me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Chat was asking earlier. What is this, Stand By Me? when you guys found the body. Yeah, okay. So you start shimmying across the gap in the water there, and so far so good. We're gonna do a couple of NPCs that are going across, and Calyndra almost loses her footing on the ground. It's a bit spongy there.
Kite's going, I guess, in front of her, kind of close by, so she can kind of like help guide her across too.
Okay, so that's no problem. Then she gets an advantage and is making her way across, no problem. The rest of you are fairly seasoned people and no need to roll any kind of checks. And so far, your passage is fine. So who's up? Who's shoring up the rear? Calyndra? Okay, so as you're making your way across, I'll need a perception check from you, please.
$22.
Okay, you see a little shift in the water up around here. You see just a little ripple.
Hmm.
I'll keep my eye on that as I finish crossing, and then I'll
Okay.
just point it out to the others.
Okay, so so you cross over to the other side and you don't notice any further ripple. And on the other side, you just tell the rest of the people, and you guys are all now aware that she saw some kind of ripple of movement off to the left up there.
Do I see any tracks on the ground?
Roll investigation, please.
That was a 2. So 7.
Okay, so you don't see any tracks, and certainly nothing like what you saw before, thin imprints. And this area actually looks even less traveled than the previous areas that you have been walking along.
Mm.
So you're not quite sure, even what has been here recently. So now you guys have made your way over to this other side, and the trail kind of half continues further west. Are you going to keep going on this trail?
I'd say so.
Homeward bound.
Okay, it's
You
gonna
guys suddenly
periodically
start
look off
hearing-
to where Calyndra said that ripple was, and just kind of keep an eye in that general area while they're passing.
Okay. So you guys begin hearing really loud frog sounds.
Uh-huh.
Really loud. And it's now, you heard it a few times before, but now it's starting to chirp back and forth, and you can't really tell whether or not where it's coming from. It seems to be almost all around you, echoing off the trees and the water.
Kate's gonna kind of have her hand on her sword as that starts to get louder.
Okay.
And just gonna tell Kaylin to stay close to her, kind of thing.
Okay, so I'm going to put you guys right about here when that starts up. And I'm going to
Is
get
there any deadfall trees around, Kelly?
Yes, there is. Yep. There is.
I'm going to pick up a deadfall tree.
Okay.
And I'm going to start basically making a massive spear out of it.
Okay. So what I will do for that...
I thought you were just going to pick it up and huck it at the sounds and see what happens.
Yeah.
If,
have that
if a big
Aragorn
bullfrog wants to jump out of the water at me, I'm going to have something to have it impaled on.
Okay, so...
do not disturb the water.
Yeah, so up ahead on the trail, as if, you see two small figures that look like... let me see here. I'm going to just post this in channel. You see a few small figures step out onto the path. And they croak loudly in your direction.
Oh man, I just painted some of these. I know what they are. But
Does
Emus
Grond
doesn't
know what they are? I do, but does Grond know what they are?
Grond, whether or not he would have... Let's, can we do... let's do a history check for Grond.
Yeah, I don't even know if a history check's going to be appropriate. It might even be worse.
You see, in Grond's case, Grond would have attended military college and would have been, he would have been privy to certain information about certain races and what to look out for on certain terrains. So I'll make an allowance for the history check.
13 plus 2 for proficiency. So,
Yep,
15.
14 will better will do it. And you do recognize the bullywug.
Mm.
So, and you know that they are a frog creature. It is a frog creature of sorts. And you're not too certain that you remember much more about them. But, you can see that they're armed with semi-primitive spears. And they're kind of croaking in your direction, but not coming out completely from the sides of the road. They're just kind of peering at you as if curious about what you're doing. And they're croaking in your direction. They're about 30, maybe 40 feet from your location, and I'll show you what they are here.
Does anybody speak bullfrog? No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so you guys are there, they're about here and here. And they're not quite coming out of the bush. They almost blend right in. It's if they hadn't been moving purposely, you might not have even seen them.
Do they speak a specific language? Like, they don't speak Sylvan, do they?
No.
Cool. Shot in the dark there.
I'm going to ask
you can
Calyndra
try. Yeah.
if she has her her little, I think it's silver string for your message spell.
Oh, it's a piece of copper.
Oh,
Yeah, I
piece of
guess it would
copper.
have been with my gear.
Okay.
So,
Can I borrow that for a moment?
okay.
If you need a silver string, Emus has one for the alarm spell.
Okay. So, that's right. It's copper that I need. I'm gonna take that copper thread or wire or whatever.
Okay.
And I'm gonna cast message to it, and I'm gonna ask him if it means us harm, but I'm gonna do it in common. And then after that, I will hand back the copper wire.
You hear, you get a rough guttural communication from the creature, more of a, "What are you doing here? Why are you in our territory?"
We are passing through, and we do not seek to slaughter you.
You see the one creature look at the other, and then they kind of look at you, and they look up and down a little bit. I'm gonna get you to roll persuasion for me.
This is where I'm really good. 18 plus 6, so 24.
All right.
Oh.
So they actually look more curious about you now. And you see them kind of turning their head as they look you up and down. Their heads are kind of just making twitching movements in their eyes as well. And they're kind of croaking back and forth. And you begin to hear some more croaking from all around you. And you get the sense that you are surrounded by dozens, if not more, of these creatures. Suddenly the chatter dies down a little bit, and they croak in your direction, and they step back into the trees.
Can I start just playing a little bit of a soft, soothing tune to ease the tension right now? So
Okay.
I'll take out my violin and give a little.
So you begin playing, and as they duck back into the trees, you see one of them on the right side, just out of the bushes. He kind of peeks his head back out, and eyes kind of twitch in his direction, and a loud croak, and then he pulls his head back into the bushes, and you get through the entire song at this point, and you hear no more croaking, and you don't see them anymore.
You chased them away.
Well, Grond's
It
pretty
means
good.
they're
Than
like
that,
music or they don't like music.
well, best be on to our next gig, team.
Next gig. What are we, the Rolling Stones?
The Von Trapp family singers.
We'll go as what is it? Cautiously as we can and protectively.
So
Does
you
it
guys
sound
hear,
like they're singing?
yeah, you guys hear a bit of chatter spring up for a moment as you're talking amongst yourselves, and then it dies down again.
I keep playing throughout this all to keep the mood.
Okay, so are you continuing along the path?
Yeah, we'll continue along the
Careful for an
path
ambush.
really cautiously.
Okay, so who's in the lead and who's in the rear? Grond in the
I'll
lead.
take up
Grond
the
in
rear
the lead.
again.
Okay, Brieger
I'm
will.
gonna be right behind Grond, like battle ready with my fingers in my pockets.
Okay, Brieger and Torv will also be up beside you and Grond. Calyndra, you're in the rear.
I'll be up or back in the rear with the whoever's back there.
Okay.
She's hanging out with wherever Kaylin is.
Okay, so she's kind of clustered in the middle, trying to keep as many party members around her as possible. And yeah, you guys are kind of moving at a snail's pace up through, and now you're approaching the area where you saw the two bullywugs on either side. And you don't hear anything. I'm going to get a perception check from everybody, please. We got chat talking about putting firecrackers in frogs' asses. Chat has descended into madness. 4. Calyndra with a
9.
1.
I rolled a 1.
Wow. Emus?
19. 16 plus 3.
Okay, so you notice that the chatter of the insects has actually died down, but you don't hear any more of the croaking. And you pass through the area with no event at all.
No ambushes. I
Nothing,
was hoping.
Nice.
nothing leaps out at you at this moment.
Okay, as soon as we start passing by that area where those two were,
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna drop. I'm gonna drop a bit of food down where we left,
Okay.
and a couple of copper pieces, just as
Okay.
kind of a thanks and a nod, and make our way.
Okay. So you
I'm
drop,
just-
you lay down the food, and you guys proceed.
As you're making those offerings, I'm just going to tell Grond. Next time they visit, maybe we should ask them for directions.
Okay. So
I know
you
that's not like.
you heard of,
Would Grond have remembered that they were a bit of an evil style race typically?
so their actual their morality and their ethos and whatnot are not well known or documented in what you've
Okay.
read. So drop the grub, says Chad. So yeah, there's a brief moment of melodious chatter and croaking that emanates when you drop the food on the ground. I mean, there's no apparent reaction. You're not sure if they reacted to the coins or not, but definitely when you laid down the food, there was some croaking, and it sounded like happy chatter. You can't be sure, but if there's a happy croak, it seemed like that might have been it. And you guys proceed down the path with no incident. So you get about another 100 feet up the way there, and now you notice that the insects have kind of started to chime back in. The usual sounds of the swamp and the insects flying over, birds and stuff like that. You definitely get a sense that whatever you were stewed in back there has now passed, and the path continues on for quite some time. It looks like on solid ground. So you guys keep going on the path. Okay.
Grond actually turn around and just see if they're still there.
Okay. Yeah. So how far ahead are you? Like, how far are you walking before you turn around?
I'm gonna say about 150, 200 feet.
Okay. So you looking behind you, I'll get a perception check for me, please. 3.
3, 4.
4.
4. Okay. You see nothing. Calyndra, you're in the back, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I know that you would be probably looking around and checking stuff, so I'll get a perception check from you as well, please.
The rear
20.
guard.
20?
Nice.
Okay,
Yep.
so looking back, you do see in the distance, maybe 150 or so feet behind you, you do see a couple of small figures, which you sense are bullywugs, duck off into the bushes. You hear no croaking of any sort, though.
Okay.
Okay, so you guys continue on the path. Are you alerting the rest of the group or
Oh,
anything, Calyndra? Or?
I think it's a time we
No,
throw
I'll
out
pass
Poe,
them.
Poe again. So I shake the sensor, get Poe alive. He's going to go up for a bird's eye view, see if we can find that fork in the road.
Okay, so you
We passed it.
yeah, you
I think we passed it, but
You swirl the sensor and the smoke creeps up and Poe forms and shoots up to the sky, and you hear the sound of rustling of leaves as something scatters off in a few different directions when the bird forms and comes up into the air. It seems like there may have been something in the local vicinity that was in you guys' close proximity that just suddenly vamoosed in several different directions.
okay. So, but our path ahead is fairly clear.
Yeah, it's fairly clear, although the signs of the road are kind of spotty.
Fine.
So, yeah, you guys will have to be paying a little special attention and going a little bit slower just to maintain sight of the road. There's no defined path here, and the ground is lumpy and misshapen in all kinds of directions, broken up by puddles and rain catchment.
Right, team. I let the team know.
Okay.
Much the same, but on solid ground.
Okay.
So what I was doing before, Kelly, is I wasn't just looking behind us to see if they were there. I was actually going to go back.
Oh, you're going to walk back?
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
So you walking.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, you walking back would have actually had no effect regardless, but the bird coming out of the sensor, when Emus did that, you definitely got the sense that there's a few of them hanging out in the bushes. Your sharp ears would have, you actually being above where the low bushes and stuff are, you would have seen the scattering paths of, small figures disappearing into the undergrowth. So,
Okay. I'm going to try and go back again now that I know that they didn't really wish to harm us in any way, shape, or form, or at least they didn't get aggressive with us. I'm going to pull out some more food.
okay.
And I'm kind of going to bellow out as
Persuasive
peacefully
as
or
you can.
persuasively as I can
Okay.
to see if they would come back and chat with us for a moment.
Okay. So I'll get you to roll persuasion for one.
Well, it was an 11 plus 6, so 17.
Okay. Yeah.
Dirty, but 17.
Okay, so when you start laying out some additional food, and
And I'm eating it as well at the same time, just to show that it's okay.
Okay, so 4 bullywugs armed with crude spears step out from the bushes around you. You guys, anybody in the rear, are you stopping, or are you guys continuing on the path and leaving Grond to this little event?
I think we pause. Maybe we get directions, like Grond do his little nature thing with something of his subspecies. It looks like or something. But we need directions and.
If we noticed one of our teammates turned around, we probably would have stopped and be like, "What's he doing?" And then I guess kind of wait for him / watch him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be back there too, still playing some soothing music.
Okay. So as you go back, the bullywugs, there's 4 of them around Grond right now, and they're kind of croaking. They look cautious. They're about 7 to 10 feet away, each of them.
They're not on weapons. They're just. And I kind of have a hand with a bit of food, and I have a hand with another little bit of food, and I kind of reach it out.
Okay.
And see if any of them are willing to take it.
You see one of them approach. It seems a little bit bigger than the other ones, not by much. Maybe a pound or 2 extra weight on it. It's got a thicker head than the others as well, and it kind of leans in. It's got its spear, and it's holding the spear up, but it's leaning forward to smell what you have in your hand. And
it would be like a meat, something.
Okay.
Like a dried meat or something like that.
Okay. How far away is the rest of the party?
I'm probably about like 20 feet behind this, just watching, playing music in the background.
About 20 feet?
Don't want to be too close, but don't want to be too far.
Okay. So
I'd probably be a little bit further yet with the others.
Okay, so the bullywug that is close to Grond cautiously reaches out and snaps that meat out of your hand.
And I was kind of expecting that.
It backs off. It backs off immediately and holds its spear out while it pulls the food from its mouth and begins to examine it. And
and I'll sit there and eat it, and it's the same food that he's got.
Okay, so it looks very confused by what you're doing, and it backs up a bit. The rest of it the rest of them kind of form up with this one, and they all take turns looking at this food, and then the lead one eats it, and then it's like croak, and it's kind of doing this little chatter thing between its buddies, and now you see another 2 bullywugs have come out on the path about 15 feet further east from where you were.
So not in like a bowing way, but Grond is going to put a single knee down on the ground.
Okay.
And then he is actually going to sit like cross-legged. Just completely unaggressive.
Okay.
And I'm going to look at him.
You've been training with the monk too long.
No, it's not in a lotus position. It's just in a basic cross-legged sit.
Kite's just like, what do you got against lotus position?
You see the bullywugs kind of looking around you at the party. and you're not sure. The expression seems to denote some kind of suspicion, but it's really hard to read their froggish faces. So you're not certain. There's now 7 of them. Another one has come out from the side, and they've kind of formed up on the path, and you can hear the rustling of several others in the grasses on either side of you. There's like fairly tall grasses, about 2.5 to 3 feet tall, lining the bank of this mossy kind of area where you are, and you get the sense that there's several others in the area around you.
Here for money.
Man,
So
Grond, ask your question before they start ambushing you for your food.
you see
I'm
now.
just hoping.
You see now that 2 have come up between the party and you, and they are also armed with small spears. You can hear the croaking now, low croaking happening between the majority of them, and you can hear this ringing out back and forth between the ones in the grasses and the ones on the path.
Sorry, did I hear that correctly? Some are coming in between us and Grond?
Correct, 2 of
Yeah.
them.
All right, I'm making we can't allow this. This is getting a little dangerous. That's what packs of wolves do to hunt.
Oh, hold on. Kite's just gonna kind of put an arm on Emus and say, "Hold on. If you act now, Grond's gonna be in a whole lot of trouble. Let's wait and see. He knows what he's doing."
So I ask him. I ask him again. Do you like coin? Do you need money? Do you use money?
It's like, we don't know money. You have food. Give us food. Give us all your.
I can give you food.
Give us all your food. Croak.
I'm afraid I can't do that because we have to survive back to our homeland.
You hear a bunch of them chirp up, and it's like gimme. They're not even using that word, but that's what those croaks sound like. It sounds like seagulls on a bad beach day. And now you feel them encroaching.
I seek information.
Okay, they're moving in very cautiously, but you feel that circle of bullywugs tightening.
Grond is going to now stand up.
Okay.
So right from the cross-legged sitting position, it's just going to be a straight stand.
Okay.
And because you have to spin 180, he is going to do that.
Okay.
And he is going to be looking at all of them.
As soon as you stand up,
slow down.
They flee, and they're fast. Literally, most of them go boing, boing, boing in several different directions into the tall grasses, many of them disappearing. You can hear the splashes as they disappear into the pools of the water that surround this area where you are. And suddenly there is no bullywugs around you.
Okay, it's gonna be the Emus. Maybe he didn't know what he was doing after all.
Well, when they started closing in on me, that's when things were getting a little bit on the serious side.
Very pack mentality when they corner off the other. If they section off people, that's no good.
Yeah. Well, and the thing I was hoping to do is just negotiate a little bit more food for just information. That other path was that away. Because I've been questioning that the whole time.
Oh, I just wanted to get pointed to a city. Wait, what was that, Kelly? We went the wrong way? No, we just need to get pointed to a city.
Yeah, pointed to any kind of fragment of civilization at this point would be good.
Yeah.
All right. So unfortunately, it looks like we're gonna have to continue on, guys. I am sorry for delaying us. And Grond will catch back up to the group.
And you've lost some of your food.
He's got one.
So, yeah, you hear the croaks start chiming up around you for a moment, and then everything falls silent. And after about a minute, the insect life starts to come into play again, and you don't hear any further croaking.
So no more amphibian Ewoks, okay.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Let's continue on.
Yeah, let's roll.
Okay. Off in the distance, you hear the crack of a branch snapping somewhere, but you can't quite figure out where you had heard it. It sounded distant, maybe a couple 100 feet.
You know what? If they were going to get aggressive, Grond's going to take that massive log spear and he's going to hurl it in that direction.
Okay, you're just going to fire it at random into that direction?
Just fire it at random right into that direction. Okay. Piss on you guys if you're going to be that way.
Wait. Stop. Before you do that, we might have to go back, remember? We don't know if this is the right way.
But intimidation will be key, and if I hurl this towards them, they may know better than to even come near us.
I
Might
think we're already intimidating them because they haven't attacked. Yeah.
They only attacked when you gave them the taste of blood.
Now,
Or,
just
meat.
out of curiosity, is Grond still saying separate from the pack, or is everybody shoring back up into the party formation?
I think we were getting back into party formation.
Okay, so Grond at the front, Brieger Torv following up with Emus right behind Grond, and Kite with Kalen and Kalydos in the center. And Bops, you're up towards Grond as well, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm just reminding everyone about the bird's eye view. The path is sparse. It's basically the same thing, but we're on solid ground now.
Yeah, and you figure that by the bird's eye view that you're getting, you figure you still have about a league to go before you start hitting that thicker area of forest that you saw earlier.
So
What time of day is it now?
It's around noon. So yeah, so you guys are kind of cruising along best you can on this path. You managed to get over that last little break in the landmass, and this path actually continues on solid ground for some time. And so we're just going to do the first pass. Who's kind of keeping a watch out?
We'll be keeping a watch at the back.
Okay, at the back, and who's at the front? Grond and everybody. Okay, so I'll get Grond, Emus, and Bops to roll a perception check for me, please. I'm going to roll for Brieger 2.
In the front triangle.
And Tor gets 7, 3.
15 plus.
Not one.
And
Ooh.
Bops?
13.
Kite?
Didn't know I was rolling.
No, it's okay. I got to get you to roll now, though.
10.
Okay, and Calyndra, I'll get you to roll. Wow, that's a lot of low rolling.
Yeah, my rolls have been low tonight.
Okay.
Not me. I got 15 plus 3, so 18.
Okay, so you notice that that little break that you had in the landmass is starting to go into the more spongy, marshier area now, and there's a few more breaks of water. You've come up. Wow, that was crazy! Your head just went whoop right up to the screen. Did anybody else see? What the?
Yeah, I saw that.
It was like out of
It
a
was
horror
like,
movie. It was like
Trek Enterprise, like going into warp. It was
Yeah.
like,
I was like.
Extreme close up.
It was like watching The Ring. It was so
just like-
weird. Yeah, boom. It's like creeped
So what
right
happened
out.
there was the mic cut out, and I couldn't hear you, so I went closer to try and hear it. So obviously it cut out.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Jay, man, you're heading
Real
to
close.
bed. Good night, Jay. Thanks for hanging out with us as long as you could there, buddy.
Hey, Jay.
Yeah, so we are actually, okay, we're cruising along pretty good here. So yeah, you're starting to head into some marshy ground, and there is now a 40-foot, I'm just going to take a second because I kind of have to draw this out for you guys.
Now draw a bird.
A plane. It's Superman.
Kelly's like the Bob Ross of DMs.
What a happy little
yeah,
mound right here.
yeah.
That's just where he lives. Did any of you guys ever play Donkey Kong Country 2?
Yes, profusely.
I've been listening to the Bio song and now Sticker Brush Symphony for just ambient music here.
Okay.
It's very thematic.
Yeah. That's decent. Actually.
All right. This is all
Have you played Donkey Kong for
line.
the new Switch?
get rid of these birds.
I don't think there is a
I've been
Donkey
playing
Kong
with-
game for the Switch. Or you mean Wii U?
No, she's been playing it on the Switch. Maybe it's downloaded.
Oh, yeah. Is it like a virtual console kind of thing?
I don't know. We get some. She's, but yeah, right now she's playing some Donkey Kong on the Switch, and it's pretty intense. Like the level as guys, I tried a couple, and Sweaty Palms is like how I play through it. It's really intense compared to the old games.
Yeah, I remember the last couple ones they made. They're actually pretty tough.
Yeah, very tough.
Those games, though, they were always kind of harder than most of the other platformers of their time.
Yeah, they were definitely a skill level ahead, but I found the new ones like almost stress inducing.
Yeah.
Okay, so you
You
guys
talk
are
about
showing
difficult platformers, but the most difficult platformer of all time, Super Ghouls and Ghosts,
Up. Oh man, yeah,
Mm.
that
go
game's-
worse by
That one's-
weeks.
that's a
Even
controller
stupid hard.
biting experience. That one. Yeah.
I never passed it.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, the amount of
yeah.
people that did beat that game, and you didn't even beat it on your first run through. You had
Oh,
to go
no.
back to the beginning and start again and get the princess bracelet. And if you picked up any other weapon for the rest of the game, you had to restart and do the whole thing.
That thing had some aggravating mechanics in it too, like just so maddening.
No
So
save points or nothing.
So this is where you are, right at the edge, and you find yourself in front of a 40-foot gap to a questionable island of spongy landmass and tree growth, and another break of water on the other side of that. Excuse me. And the path here is a
Shambling
bit
mound.
spotty, and you can actually see through through the breaks in the algae on the water. You can see that the stones that were worn down in the path that had been taken here they're at the bottom of the water, and it's about 5 to 7 feet deep where you're seeing those spots. But the ground seems to go up and down in the areas, a variable depth of between 7 and 11 feet at most.
Does that look like there's a tree on that middle island?
There is. So there's several trees here. There's several small trees on this island. There's a tree here, tree, a tree. Yeah.
Do we want to go around? Like to that little bit somewhat bigger of an island, and then to the and kind of go instead of
Go
straight
left and then right kind of thing?
through. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think we're going to be as soggy either way here. Might make more sense just to go straight on through.
Okay.
Just saving time wise.
I just inspect that. How far away is that island in the middle then with the trees from us? Like,
So
Deja vu.
so you're
40
looking
feet.
about 40 feet here.
okay, 40 feet. Hmm.
Isn't this what the shambling mound looked like when we were encountering that?
Yeah,
The
that's what I'm
mound
saying. I'm
PTSD.
looking for one.
What's the range on the mage hand again?
30 feet.
30 feet.
I grab a rock and I just kind of sploosh it into the water, maybe like 20 feet.
Okay. The rock goes kabroosh into the water, and you hear the croaking of the frogs, or in this case, seems likely bullywugs in the surrounding area suddenly go quiet.
Huh.
Horrible. I thought we were done with it.
You know what? I'll take one of my crossbow bolts and shoot it at that island there.
This one here,
No, the other one.
this one.
Up. Yeah, those ones.
Oh, okay. So
Nope.
over here.
The one that looked like like spongy.
Oh yeah, that's this stuff. Okay. So
Yeah.
okay, so you fire it, and your crossbow bolt just goes shunk right into the spongy, soft earth at the base of the island. You're not sure whether or not that will support any amount of weight. It looks like similar to mangroves, where there's not a whole lot of earth, more tree root. Very questionable for Grond. Like you looking at it, Grond, you're like, I don't know that that's gonna hold me.
Maybe that doesn't make the most sense to go there then.
Yeah, sorry, boys. I thought it was more solid ground coming up. This seems like a way bigger crossing. So the 50 feet of rope trick might have to get 2 ropes, but then with the sag of the rope in between, you're touching. I don't know. It's a bad.
Well,
might
it's
have to
40
do a
feet.
different
We got 5 feet to tie it on each side, so we should be fine. Just
Oh,
to
Grond,
do it.
don't you have 100 feet?
Grond, you're mute.
You're muted.
Is he though?
Still muted.
I don't
Can't hear him.
think he's muted
You
though.
can mute the headset itself.
Oh, the headset itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no mute button on your Discord.
Yeah, you should be able to see a
How
little
about
green
now?
light. That's
There
better.
you go.
There you go.
Oh, my freaking thing was unplugged, but I could hear you guys fine. I think right now, guys, I think we can try and look at a raft because this area of open water is huge, and keeping us out of the water is big because if these bullywugs get us in water, we're all sunk.
Yeah, I don't want to be dragged down.
I
Also,
will-
this woodworking raft thing is kind of like a cool idea, but it also that's like a 3-day project. Building a raft, are you
Not
kidding us?
necessarily. It could be a 3-hour project with the right, the right mentality and the right utility.
If I just grab
all of
the,
us? There's
Well,
like 9 people here.
yeah, there is 9
We
people.
gotta
It
get
will have to be a big raft.
no, even easier, guys. Buckleberry ferry it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we have one rope strung across. We make it across, tie that rope up, and then you're just hauling each other across by arm. When it comes time and you're done, you go back. The final person on the last route unties it from the tree and just pulls themselves across,
Okay.
and you're done.
All right. So we're going to initiate the Buckleberry Ferry method of passage on this one. Who's going across first?
The fastest swimmer.
Yeah. So and you're going to swim across?
Even easier. I've got jump.
Okay.
I didn't take any combat spells. I took smart spells, but I think we got to build this raft here first.
Okay. Yeah.
See how well we can build this thing.
Okay, so you're going to spend some time, you're going to spend at least a few hours digging up the necessary materials from the area here. Let's see how your chances are.
What do I have that can help?
Yeah, you guys have rope.
I've got 2 massive great axes, and I can chop down a couple of trees.
Now, fortunately, you are in an area that is getting less spongy, and while it may have more water breaks and more watery areas to it, it's definitely less spongier than it was prior. So overall, that little island though is definitely all rooty and spongy. But overall, you guys have some ability to gather some amount of wood here that isn't going to be a complete swampy, bendy mess. But you're going to have to spend some time. So I'll get an investigation check from everybody that's trying to gather wood. 1.
19.
Well, Grond is having a hell of a time locating anything usable as far as wood is concerned. Calyndra has managed to find a couple of pieces, but not near enough to make a raft.
17.
Bops is also located enough for like his little part in it. So he's added a couple of pieces to the raft. Kite, you're also searching?
She got a 7.
Okay, Brieger, you don't manage to find anything in the area that you search. Brieger got a 17 and manages to pull a few stout logs that might suffice out from the undergrowth. Torv is looking, rolls an 18. He also pulls out a number of logs that may be useful. Emus?
This was just a straight roll.
Mm-hmm.
Straight roll. I got a 3.
Okay. So it's a pretty, you're going to be shy a few timbers here to try and make a raft, but you have enough that you can make it so that it would support Grond or a couple of people. You just have to spend some time lashing it together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Over, under, and then back around.
Okay, and you're
And
just
then
gonna like
do it a couple
beat
times.
some tree bark or something like that and kind of rough
Oh,
lash it.
I got a lot of rope, and we've got enough rope from the others to put the to put the
Okay.
rope from tree to tree or stone to stone or whatever.
Okay. So yeah, you
What
can
does mangrove leaf look like?
mangrove leaf. Well,
If
these
there is
particular,
such-
like these aren't mangroves. These are just a similar tree, but these leaves are broad spade shaped and about this big. So anywhere from small leaves to big leaves, but about that size at their biggest.
If you're doing the cross, that's a good insulation to go in between, just like for
Yeah, and I guess
insulation.
nobody has any cans of pitch or anything like that. Just hanging around in their pocket.
Would grease work?
I have oil.
I mean,
Just
have
gonna
the
say, if we're in the middle of a swamp,
Mhm.
clay
Yeah.
will jam that up and it will seal it for long enough that we're going to use it, which is going to be all of 15 minutes.
you know
tops.
what? Because Grond come up with that and didn't. I'm not even gonna take an insight roll or anything like that. You do manage to find that the embankment of these little island areas that you're on is fairly saturated with a thick dose of clay. So scooping down
All right,
below
so all
that.
you have to do is bake that clay a little bit before you put it in the water, because
No.
any wet clay will dissipate real quick.
Wow.
No, wet clay, if you've ever dealt with wet, like solid wet clay, no, that stuff's like almost like a soft cement.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
won't
well,
won't
but
last
it's
long, but
malleable.
yeah, it won't last long, but it'll last enough to get you where you're going, maybe.
Yeah.
So
And we don't need to
If you
put me
burn it
on the
for
raft.
15 minutes,
Yeah.
all you have to do is dry it, get all the moisture out, and it's hard. It won't get you any moisture back in because it develops a seal.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, no, that's I don't think Emus is like anything to do with Claymaster, so never mind. But yeah, that's how you do it.
Okay, so I'm going to say you guys spend a few hours here. Is anybody taking watch while this process is going on?
I'll take watch.
Okay. Kite, what are you doing?
Building the raft, so much fun.
Yeah, she's hanging out with Kaylin, but yeah, she'll just kind of be watching around.
Okay. Yeah, Kaylin is actually going to wander around tree to tree and try and do her, try and strip some bark or try and gather any amount of supplies. She's trying to help out and getting shooed away from various areas, I'm sure, by Grond for not really contributing much of anything helpful, but she's trying to make herself useful. And Torvenbrigger, of course, is still trying to search for timbers to help build the raft, but they're not having very much success there. But you managed to get enough of a rough raft together. I'm going to get the chief constructor of this to roll me a d20, and let's see how well we do on the old raft construction.
Apply survival.
Yep,
There we go. 18 plus 2.
there we go. So, yeah, you managed to craft a crude but workable raft that should support, you figure, 2 full-grown adults. Humans,
Okay.
adults. So you figure it's probably good for, a few 100 pounds anyway.
Perfect. So Grond is going to cast jump,
Okay,
and I have 1 minute of being able to triple my vaulting distance.
that's awesome.
So I'm gonna hopscotch off to the island to the left.
okay.
So that would be the south.
Okay.
Hopscotch to the other island to the south because it looks closer, and then hopscotch from the island here all the way over to the main island where the compass rose is.
Okay.
Are
And
you holding Bops with you?
I'm holding the rope.
Like a football in her
Okay.
hand, just like.
It's just like, yeah, touchdown. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only
so-
33 pounds, so
Okay, so let's
Yeah.
make that first leap, and I'm going to get an acrobatics check.
Natural 13, so I should be good, hopefully.
Yep. So you're okay on the first land, and you just kind of do a dit dit boof. Do your next one,
Natural 15.
and dit dit dit. You run around that tree. You kind of bend up towards the north, and you take a good run at it, and make a leap. 14 is.
And that's with bonuses.
Yeah, 14 still successful, so you land on the other side. Perhaps not as graceful as you might like because of the uneven ground, but you definitely managed to come on solid onto the other side. So now you work your way around and you can see your party off to the east.
Awesome.
Yeah, so you guys all
All
see
right.
Grond kind of do this leap. As a matter of fact, none of you have seen up till now Grond leap like that. So, yeah, you just literally like boing, boing, boing.
It's like,
Yeah.
oh.
Doodle-doo-doo,
Calyndra-
doing, doodle-doo-doo. Yeah.
Calyndra standing there with her mouth hanging open, like what?
Yeah. Yeah. So, Grond be nimble, Grond be quick.
Grond, we're just
Uh,
gonna expect that out of you all the time now.
Well, this is only a one-time or once per day shot. Then I'm gonna take my my grappling hook. I'm gonna have one hand wrapped around, or one part of it wrapped around my hand,
Okay.
and I'm gonna whip the grappling hook over to the other end, just act it as a weight,
All right.
so that they can grab onto it and
Okay.
whip it all the way over that that expanse of water.
Okay. So we're talking 100 feet of rope, isn't that right?
I got 200,
Oh, yeah.
200 feet of silk.
Okay, so yeah, you fire it off. I mean, the silk's a little light, so you know it kind of flaps onto the water on the other side. But you do your best to coil it up and toss it over, and it goes over.
Oh no, I got the grappling hook tied to the one end to act as a weight.
Oh, oh, okay. So you're tossing the grappling hook in. All right.
So I'm tossing the grappling hook so they can just grab that,
Okay.
and when they grab onto the grappling hook, I can just drag them across.
Yeah. So literally, doing, 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 and you guys see this grappling hook come hurtling towards you, and it goes ting, 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 ting on the ground, right beside you. Calyndra, you've got a grappling hook beside you. Kite as well.
I will tie it to a tree. Or is that how we're gonna do it? And
No,
then just
essentially, I was
kinda-
almost thinking I could just. No, you guys are gonna have the raft, and I'm gonna drag whoever I can on the raft
Yeah. So
this
you.
way.
Yeah. So
And
you.
then
But how are we gonna get the raft back here?
So you
Mage hand.
You guys tie a rope. You guys have a couple of ropes there too. Tie a rope to the raft so that you guys can drag it back.
and then you're kind of
Okay, so I'll tie
double,
it.
maybe
that.
drag it here. Right.
double pulley system.
So, so you managed to attach the grapple easily enough to the raft, and you get your first couple of people. Who's going first across on the raft? You actually could get Calyndra, Kite, and Bops, but not Emus. Like you can only take the 3 smaller people, and you could get Kalen on that same one. So I'll say that you can get Kite, Kalen, Calyndra, and Bops on that first raft.
So I know this riddle. We want to do the bird feed first.
Okay, so and Grond, you're going to be just grabbing a hold of that rope and just kind of pulling them across as quickly as possible.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna reef that thing pretty hard. I want them to attach it to the bottom side of the raft so that
Okay.
it pulls up on wake.
Okay,
You should leave 2 adventurers together, each team, 2 adventurers.
Yeah.
okay. You hear some
Yeah.
you hear some croaking starting up from around, like the bullywugs are chattering
Exactly.
about what you're doing.
You know,
And
Calyndra will be one of the last ones to
go
How
across.
about Kite, Emus, Kalen, and Kaladros first round?
Okay. Kalados is a bit of a heavier dude, so he won't go on that first one. You can either take 4 of the smaller people or 3 of the smaller or 2 of the smaller and 1 of the bigger guys like Torv or Brieger.
Why not send
Let's-
Tor, Brieger, and Kaylin across first?
Okay, so Torv, Brieger,
Yeah, let's
and
get
Kalen.
all the others safe first, and then we'll go on after.
Okay, so you managed to get Torv, Brieger, and Kalen across without incident. And we'll put Grond right here. Without incident, and now you've got to kind of get the raft back. So how are we getting the raft back? Did you guys attach another rope to the ass end of it, and you're just kind of pulling
Yeah.
it back into position?
Yeah.
Okay.
Double,
So
double pulley system.
so you pull it back, and as you're pulling it back, it hits about the halfway point, and you see it go whoop on the water. And it just ducks down. The raft kind of gets pulled down below the surface and then bobs back up. And you kind of keep pulling it along.
Keep pulling.
Okay.
That's disconcerting.
Mm-hmm.
The raft comes back, no problem.
How's the? We inspect it thoroughly. It's no damage,
Doesn't appear to be damaged.
but it went underwater, guys. Out of sight for how long?
Should we
It
put it
was
across?
just ducked below the surface of the water. Water came over the top, and then it bobbed back up.
Should we bring it
One
across
person
the
at a
other
time,
side of
or
the
one at a
island?
time.
Let's put
Maybe. Does it look like something pulled it down?
Yep.
They grabbed it and
Yep. It just looked like it lost buoyancy for a moment there, and then bobbed back up.
I'll kind of send a message. I'll use message. And I'll send it to Grond and just tell him pull the next one over on the other side of that island there.
Okay.
So to the north of that little.
Okay, so Grond would have to walk over around here and then attempt to pull from this direction. Okay, so
Yeah, and I'll send a message. Oh, I don't have my thing. I'll yell back. Move the raft over to that side of the island. So that way we're as close as possible. And I'm going to do it as loud as I can so that the stupid bullywugs don't try any crap. Otherwise, I'd hate to have to crack all their necks.
You just hear some croaking from a few different places around the area. You don't even need to roll perception, and you do see a few ripples appear on the water, but most of them are distant out here. But you do see some distinct blooms of ripples happen across the water.
Watching to see if they get closer.
Yeah, so you don't notice any more ripples after those first initial ones, and you're able to reach this other side over here, no problem. So you're over here, and these three actually move up to be with you. They are not really leaving your side at that point, and they are keeping an eager eye on the water and on your whole process to try and see if they can help in any way. Who's
All right,
up?
so just as a physics lawyer, we're gonna have to disengage the ropes to get the raft back across, and then do a rethrow because I believe that middle thing that we crossed has trees.
Yes, it
I'm not
does.
positive.
Oh, it does have
So,
trees.
Yeah,
We'd have to
there's trees on
disengage the
these.
ropes, then do a throw to reestablish the pulley system.
Okay. So I'll drag my grappling hook back across super fast.
Okay,
So that way it doesn't even sink.
Okay, so yeah, you managed to do that pretty quickly. It's just a hand over hand thing, and you tug that thing right back across, bring up a few leaves and whatnot with it, but nothing major. So you've got the grapple in your hand, and you guys kind of reposition the raft on the other side while Grond walks up, and Torv and the rest of them walk over there. And now you're on the other side. Now you can pitch your grapple across, and it sails across. And on the other side, who's catching that? Calyndra is over there still. Kite is still over there.
Or the ground.
Toledo.
And Kalados is over there still.
Yeah, we just sent some of the friendlies.
Okay,
over.
right. So
I'll stay back. You go ahead. I'll be the last here. I don't weigh too much, so
okay.
I'll move. The raft will move fast with me.
Okay, so you can get one more. I think Kite, Calyndra, and who's still
Kalados.
and Kalados can hop on there, and you guys, the gnome.
Kite will hang back with Gomblops, and
Emus, you go.
Okay.
Okay, I'll jump on.
Okay.
Either or, whichever works.
Okay, so now you have three people are on top of that raft, and the raft is just kind of, teetering on the water. Grond is pulling them back.
Kite's also going to cast a minor illusion and do some ninja misdirection and make another image of the same raft going right next to them, just kind of like farther apart. So it looks like there's two rafts going through the water.
Very interesting.
Oh, duplicity, nice.
Yeah. Okay, so
Misdirection is the way of the ninja.
So as you're pulling across, Grond, just to see how quickly you're pulling across, I'll get you to roll an athletics check for me.
Pretty close. This one I'm killing it at. Well, 12 plus 5, 17.
Yeah, that's still great. So yeah, you just arm over arm kind of tug them over, and about halfway through, the people on the raft notice the disturbance of the water underneath where the illusory raft is. You kind of just see some splashes and some ripples, but due to the algae on top of the water, you can't make out anything below. So it looks like it just disturbs the illusory raft, and you guys are pulled over and arrive on the other side safely.
So I like that trick.
So now there's Gone, Bops, and Kite remaining on the other side. So you guys kind of take the rope, pull it back.
Yeah.
How long does that?
Yeah, Kite will. Well, I guess the two of us will kind of pull together kind of thing.
Okay. So how long does that illusory raft last?
Let me
10
pull up
minutes.
my illusion.
It's a cantrip, minor illusion.
1 minute.
Yeah, okay. So you guys managed to get the raft over the other side, and the illusory raft disappears. By the time you guys get over to the other side and back, guaranteed that it would have taken about a minute to get you over there and back across, or to pull that raft back across.
Oh
I
yeah.
gotta yell. Seems like they're gunning for us.
Okay. So Bops and Kite, you taking your step onto the raft?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll also cast my minor illusion this time, so let's have 3 rafts going across.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So you step onto the raft, and for a moment, your feet feel a little uneasy as if something pulls on the edge of the raft. And when the other raft appears on the other side, you suddenly feel that sensation subside. And you see a bit of a ripple in the algae on the surface of the water as something darts towards the illusory raft that you just created. And Grond, you've got a hold of them on the other raft. You're pulling them across. Okay, I'm going to get one more athletics check from you. Pretty
With
please.
haste. With haste.
14 plus 5, 19.
14 it is, and higher.
Nice.
So good. Yeah, you just like pull that raft right across, and
He's got muscles for days.
yeah, and you actually see a bullywug breach the surface of the water underneath the area where the illusory raft is, and you just see it come up above the water and then go down below the water straight through the illusory raft.
Oh,
Give him one
sucker!
of these.
Yeah, it just disappears below the surface of the water, and due to the algae closing in over top, you don't really see it after that. And you hear a few croaking chirps from around the area as you all take your place on top of the solid land on the other side.
I tug at Grond for a second. Hey man, I wouldn't mind dissecting one of those.
I think you would get your chance to dissect about 30 of them.
All
I don't
need
know
is
that-
one.
Oh, but I don't think we're only going to get one, and that's the problem. I think they travel in packs.
Yeah, like
Let's not go looking for a fight, eh, friends? Kite says as she kind of walks past you two.
noted.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, so
that's what Grond's going for too.
yeah, so we're
We'll come back
looking
another
at
day.
just
For
maybe
the first
around
time ever.
2:00 in the afternoon. The sun is shining. The clouds are non-existent. It is clear blue sky, and you notice that the tree cover for once seems to spread out a little bit, letting a bit of sunshine down and solidifying the path that was once a bit more marshy is now becoming a bit more solid. And you see that the trees and everything else around you seem to be getting a bit more vibrant, a bit more green. The areas of rain catchment that you see, puddles and deep pools of water on the ground, seem to give way to more solid ground and dense underbrush. And the road ahead of you actually becomes a little bit more visible. So it looks a little bit more stitched together, and like this area has seen a little bit more travel. You guys
Any
continue?
sense of distance?
Yeah, well, you still have Poe up?
Yeah, he's still, but now I can tap into him.
Okay, so taking a moment to tap into where Poe is up above, you kind of send the bird up high, and you see that the tree cover that you're heading into carries on for maybe about 700 or 800 yards before breaking into what looks like an open farm field. Several rows of different crops you can't identify from this distance carry on over rolling hills, and there's almost zero trees, and you can see a couple of farmhouses in the distance.
Hey.
Okay. Nice. It was also noted that we have to scavenge our raft.
If we
Yep.
used any of our personal components for it.
Yeah, so yeah, your raft would have had to stay back where it was. There was no, dealing with it in any way unless you're dragging it along the path with you.
I think
Just
it's
assembling it.
getting the rope back.
Salvaging the rope from it.
Okay, so you take about 20 minutes to kind of break that thing apart and salvage what you can from that. You managed to get all your rope back in decent condition, and you guys continue along the path.
Once we're into the farmland, Kite is extremely happy that she's out of this soggy.
You're not there
Soggy.
yet. You're not there yet. You still have 700-800 feet worth of woodland to cross through.
Well, I mean, are they? Is it still watery around here?
Oh,
Or
I
have
love
we?
how celebratory you got so early. That's awesome. Yeah.
She's basically just happy that her boots might actually get a chance to dry out for once.
So in fact, the ground is much more solid and drier than it was before, and the moss gives way to more dirty ground and patches of grass and stuff like that. And like I said, the path that you're standing on right now appears to have been a little bit more well trodden than what you were on previously, and it doesn't really break up here. So it seems like the path, at least up until this point, has actually been used previously. Whether or not anybody went beyond into the swamp is a completely different story. But you carry on through the woods, and you guys are traveling for several more minutes as you're moving along. And fortunately for you, the last couple of rolls were uneventful, so you actually do break out into the warmth and sunshine at the edge of a wheat field. And it appears to carry on. There's several low hills that kind of roll up and over, and then you can see a small farmhouse some distance away. There's no roads
Is the
visible.
farmhouse in good repair or disrepair?
You're too far away to see it from here. You're literally like 60 acres away from where that farmhouse is.
Well, let's aim towards that farmhouse for a friendly meet and greet, hopefully, to get some bearings of where we are.
Okay, so you guys are just gonna streak right through the wheat field kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna play like a friendly tune on my viol, on the old viol.
Okay. So you guys cross over a bit of patch of rocky and grassy area, and then it carries right on into that wheat field. And you guys are trudging along fairly uneventful for several minutes, and then you eventually come up to the crest of the hill. And as you're looking up and over, you can see the area is dotted with other areas of agriculture, various crops. You can't make out exactly what they are, but it looks like a couple of more wheat fields, and it looks like some livestock and pens in the distance. So you see about 5 farmhouses, and nestled in the bowl of this little valley of low hills, you can see there is a small town in the distance.
Hey,
Yeah. And there are several
let's head
roads.
down.
There are several roads connecting the various farmhouses surrounding the town, and it looks like they all kind of lead down in that general direction.
Do we see any people?
You don't see any people yet. No. You're just approaching the farmhouse, and you still haven't seen any people. But before you get to the farmhouse, you've reached the edge of the wheat field, and the road kind of carries northwest. As you come out of the field, you just end up on this dirt road separating you from the farmhouse ahead of you, and the road carries on northwest towards that small town.
Well, let's go check out this town. What do you think?
Sounds like an
Oh,
idea.
they might have an inn. You can actually sleep in a real bed.
And get some real food.
Okay, so you guys are filthy.
I'm gonna try and make like a real nice grand entrance too, with like pretty smells of like lavender and like flashes of like sparks coming off my fingers and playing like a real nice friendly cheerful tune,
Nice.
to welcome this beautiful scene of a village here, like almost celebrating our escape is,
Okay,
you
so
know.
you notice Calyndra has dropped to his knees and is kissing the road. He appears very thankful. He's like, by the gods, it's Daimir. He's like, let's go down there. Absolutely. He's like, I'm familiar with this town. I know where we are. And Calyndra, he just begins ignoring you guys outright, and he's just like beelining it towards that town. So you guys are all heading down this road, and as you start to approach the town after about 15 minutes or so, you can see it's a small town, but now you're starting to see people like on other roads headed towards other farming communities and kind of moving around inside the town. As you approach closer, it appears that most of the population are humans. You can't really identify anything else at the moment, but getting closer, you do spot a dwarf heading up into what looks like some kind of inn or tavern establishment, judging from the signage out front. And yeah, it doesn't appear that there's a whole lot of guards. You're guessing maybe 40 buildings at most. and it looks like a fairly small inn and/or tavern situation at the outskirts of town.
I say hello to that dwarf as he walks by, and
He's a ways away from you guys now. This is just
okay,
yeah, you guys are
What we
seeing that as you're approaching the town.
okay.
Yeah, and you guys all look like crap, by the way. So I mean, you're
Oh,
like,
prestidigitation.
Imagine we stink too.
yeah.
That's
So
the digitation cleanup.
So you prestidigitate the best that you can, and despite that, the clothes that you're wearing and some of the things, they just need to be replaced. You couldn't prestidigitate the crap out of those things. So,
Or
but
they
you do
meant
clean
email.
up. Yeah, you do clean up, but you're all looking fairly shaggy and worse for wear from having you've been through hell. So you approach the city and you get a few strange looks from some of the community, and you get a general sense that the townsfolk are fairly close knit. They eye you somewhat suspiciously, but you do see that there is a main road, or what appears to be a main road, leading straight north out of this town. It's a lot wider than the other road, and it appears there's several caravans leaving the town of Daimir in a northerly direction out of there. So you guys
Just ask someone if they could tell us what that road leads to, a city or what direction that is.
Oh, there's that leads to the Highland Road. So, and you guys know that the Highland Road is what led you to Sember in the first place.
Oh, so we're south of Sember still.
Yeah, you would be if Kalados would know, you guys are southwest of Sember, like by 4 days travel.
Should we head back to Sember after perhaps spending a night here? Perhaps I can get a gig at the inn and, cut us a deal.
I'm just saying, next time we go in December, we gotta have a way better plan than the last time.
You think?
Yeah, just
Kaylin was from Sember, right? Like that's where her family is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Kite's, no, we're she's going back to Sember, or she's gonna help Kaylin get back to Sember.
Okay, well, Kaylin says that she's perfectly fine staying in a normal civilized place such as this for an evening while everybody
For sure, that
regroups.
goes to the thing.
And you guys, you clearly see a number of buildings, including a blacksmith and a couple of other shops. You see that there's a small market set up in the center of town, and there is a well directly at the center of town as well. A number of children are playing in and around the well, and the market appears to be bustling. I mean, there's about 40 or 50 people milling about the area, and the rest of them are ducking in and out of this building or another.
I have a couple things.
I put my hat down at the well, and I just start playing a song with my drum this time. And it's of our whole tale of escaping from the iron mines of
The Theric Iron Mines?
Eric Iron Mines, and I'm singing a song about our tale, but not really letting people know that it's us.
So as you're approaching the more central area of town, you see beyond the well there's a fairly large statue. It appears to be a bronze statue of a dwarf wearing more explorer's outfit, not armor of anything, but he appears to be a stout dwarf, and the statue's crafted of bronze, and one arm of the dwarf appears to be crafted out of stone. And below that, there appears to be a plaque. Now, this is about 100 feet ahead of you.
I
like
assume
to
that
go
to
read
be
that
Theric.
Yeah.
So there you find if you go up and read the plaque, it does say Theric. Yeah. So, and he apparently is like some founder or something like that. There's no label on there, but you get the sense from the statue and the homage that's being paid that he is some kind of founder or contributor to the town in some respect. There is also a local library of sorts. Oddly enough, there is a small shop that appears to carry a number of books that are stacked up in the front. And they have glass windows, which is a pretty rare thing. Like glass as it is in rural areas is pretty rare. So, a lot of these places seem like the town's done very well, at least at one point in its life. But the buildings do appear to be, somewhere between 100 and 200 years old. So the town it's been here a while.
I would just like to note, library is something we just had a long rest, so but I do like the prospect of settling down. But a library visit is definitely in order for me,
Okay.
as well as a
Um,
small shopping list.
yeah, and if we're all just kind of doing like R&R downtime things, once we get our room at the inn, Kite's first priority is laundry, followed by she's taking a bath because she's sick of smelling like a marsh.
Okay, so yeah.
Calyndra's good.
No, go ahead there, Clint.
I was gonna say Calyndra's gonna go to the market and find out how much it is for some new clothes.
Okay. Yeah, so you actually do find a
Just
seamstress
as a
in the
heads
market.
up, guys, Gone Bops and us, we can all have our own personal smell. Like so far, I'm formaldehyde, Ron's baking. Everybody
Oh,
can have their
man.
own personal smell.
There's just something for the monk way of just doing it yourself, the old-fashioned way, though.
It's like his brand of those are his flavors. One's Irish Spring.
Ugh. That's nasty.
But yeah, okay, laundry's in order. I get it. New clothes, that'd be fancy. As
Yeah.
long as it's in purple, I painted you purple.
Yeah, so you're going to the library, Emus? Is that what you're doing?
I would if once we get established and can
Okay.
set
So
home ground, I'd like to library stuff.
okay, so the sign over the inn and tavern reads the Jade Harp. And yeah, it appears to be an inn and tavern of semi-respectable accommodations, and they are just about to serve dinner.
Yeah, I'm trying to like busk for like some little bit of coin here, maybe get the attention of the inn to see if they can put me up for the night and
Well, you have a
for
fantastic little ability to do that. So you are definitely charming the pants off these people the moment that you step foot in. There's not a lot of gnomish, not a lot of gnomish people in the parts. So you definitely catch the attention, and the innkeeper seems quite fascinated with the type of entertainment you might be able to provide them, and says that yes, if you're willing to entertain his guests for an evening, he would put up both you and your gaggle of guests for a night's stay.
Nice.
Why, thank you kindly, sir. I would love to give my best at your stage tonight.
Excellent.
You want me to juggle you again?
Sorry?
I was
Juggle.
joking with him. Did you want me to juggle you again?
Oh, yeah.
Encore.
Higher
That's the
entertainment.
encore.
So
I was like, where are we going with this?
So there is no stage,
okay.
but the innkeeper seems fascinated and enthusiastic enough to clear out a couple of tables near the back corner. As you enter, you see that there's only about 4 people in here, all of whom appear to be human, and 2 of them are seated together and 2 of them are seated at separate tables. Man, woman, and a man and a woman couple at the back. Nobody's at the bar, but there is the innkeeper who's helping you now, and there appears to be a young woman who is serving food to the other guests.
Right on. Well, I add to the ambiance of dinner and start the show.
Awesome. Okay. Well, you start the show and Gone Bops begins to light the place up with entertainment. Let's have a little performance roll on your part.
While you guys are doing that, I'm going to skip dinner and
natural
head
20.
to the library.
So that's a 27.
Oh shit, I'm going to miss that.
That is a hell of a performance from Gone Bops, and you actually begin to attract a number of people from outside the inn who can hear your performance, and you see that the inn, a lot of local people seem to be flooding into the place and buying drinks and purchasing food. The innkeeper seems very delighted with the entertainment you're bringing. He actually agrees to provide each of you with a meal as well. Emus is not here, so he does not get one, but he agrees to provide you with a meal. They are serving dried duck and acorn bread with a tankard of ale. And for the vegetarians in the group, there is roast artichoke and a mug of stout.
Come in and check out this gnome, folks. We all know you got nothing better to do out here.
There's no place like Gnome. So yeah, the gnome continues his thing, and Emus, you step into the what you feel might be a library to find that it is a bookstore of sorts. And a little old lady behind the counter greets you as you enter. She says, "Welcome, stranger. Do you enjoy a good book?"
I do, thank you very much, but I am a little bit agitated. I have a lot of research to pack in, so I'm not trying to unnerve her in any way, but I ask her, I'm looking for books on Amangul of Calyndra. Any books on Calyndra?
Okay, she thinks for a
Uh,
moment. She's like, "Well, we do have a small atlas which has maps of old Calyndra, of the general geography, but nothing of the city."
Yeah, are you selling these?
She's like, "Well, we'd be willing to part with them for the right price, for sure. This book is only a silver piece."
All right, so that's a good one to have. I'll add that to my list. Then we're also looking. I
It's
show her
just
that in my book.
It's a small pocket book, so you figure it's just got 4 maps that kind of fold in on each other of the area in and around Sember before Sember was a city, and Calyndra when Calyndra was just coming up. So they're more historical maps, nothing recent.
Nope,
Tourist brochure.
it's still good to have just in case we're planning a war later.
Tourist
maybe, I don't
brochure,
know.
yeah.
But I'm also show her a symbol of what I sketched out is the sun, or the with the 8
Oh, the skull.
tentacles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Anything matching this?
she looks
do
at
you
it. She's like,
recognize-
"No, what a terrible symbol." She's like, awfully frightening. And she's like, "No, we don't carry anything with that kind of literature." And she kind of looks a bit offended at it.
So it's that abrasive. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, she
And
says,
then lastly,
go ahead.
I'm looking to learn anything of the magic leaning.
Magic. She's like, "Oh, there's no practitioners of those arts here." She's like, "What about a lovely history of our town, or perhaps you'd like to learn more about cultivating your own brand of rye."
Ooh.
So this seems more of like a tourist attraction.
Yeah, you do see a fairly large tome sitting beside her that says a history of the Theric iron mines, and then you also see a history of the town of Daimir, and you also see an atlas of the northern realms, which appears to be a large hardbound book that you guess would have to weigh 20 pounds if it weighs a pound. And that book appears to contain several maps of various areas you are unfamiliar with.
All right, so this seems very useful. Are these, again, it's huge. Are those for sale?
So the smaller history books, those ones aren't as big as the big atlas is. Those 2 leather-bound books, he wants 20 silver for the one and 40 silver for the other.
Just silver? Okay.
Yep.
Guys, okay. And then
So that's one
I'm
thing
trying
you
to-
guys will note. There's not a lot of gold around here.
okay. And then so I let her know, "Oh, thank you. I will go look around."
Okay, so
and then hopefully she leaves me alone for a second.
she just sits behind the counter. You've actually got several shelves separating various areas of the room, so you can kind of wander in and around them. But you look like the scholarly type, not the thievery type, so she maintains a watch on you, so to speak, but
Oh yeah, no stealing here, but I'm more of looking for just a simple detect magic, verbal, somatic, boom, gesture, speak a word, and see if anything glows in my eyesight.
Okay, so you cast that spell and you see nothing of any sort glowing in this place.
Okay, so I'm going to thank her for her time, grab the books that I've grabbed, even though they're heavy.
Yep.
Just
Which ones
for
did
some
you grab?
nighttime So we're looking at the Northern Realms.
Okay, that's the
book.
atlas.
Yeah.
And then,
We're looking at the one that was the first one with the smaller 4 maps.
okay, yeah.
And then
We'll call that the brochure of the old realms.
Yeah, and then the Theric Mind one.
So the history of the Theric iron mines?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just for some nighttime reading to see if there's anything useful for
Sure.
what Emus feels the war to come.
Okay. So, yeah, I might even close with that little bit of history just so you guys can all kind of hear on that one. But you guys are situated now in a pretty good spot with, surrounded by at least jovial people over at the inn. Everything is lighting up. Emus, you don't really find anything else of interest in here. Nothing anatomical or anything that would relate to your profession or interests. But as you exit, the old lady bids you goodbye.
All right, so then I minus what I totaled was 64 silver pieces.
Or that would be 6 gold, 4 silver. Although if you're paying in gold, let me know. Are you paying in gold or silver?
I was doing silver.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that isn't that like all the party's money that we have though? Like
No,
didn't
no.
we
So
just
I have some personal money, which is set aside on my D&D Beyond, and then later I'm going to get everybody's Gmail account, and I have a shared document for the community, as well as Emus's journal that's being produced.
Nice.
Oh, but I thought we left and had nothing in cash for.
Yeah, we had no money.
Yeah, you had no money left after the Theric Iron Mines, so you would have had to acquire that money between Theric Iron Mines and here. But there was a lot of orc cash and stuff
Okay.
going around too, so.
No, then community. I just haven't updated my D&D Beyond what was going on.
Oh, okay.
That's why the experience points were behind as well.
Okay.
So then, yes, no, this personal money doesn't exist, so I can't purchase books actually without permission from the community, and I didn't get that beforehand, so I can't just message that.
Oh.
So we're sleeping it over. So actually, we'll leave those books,
Okay.
and then in the morning, talk to people
Okay.
and get more of insight into what
Sure.
we need to go on from
You
there.
could always also just spend the evening reading them too.
Like
Yeah,
in
I
there.
did sleep.
It's a library. I'm sure you could just borrow them, right?
I was getting more of the tourist shop feel than library from her.
Yeah, it was a bookstore, not a.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's why I was worried about. If it was a library, I would have just sat there and nerded out for a while. But I was getting more of the bookstore feel. That's why. Because libraries, you just sit there, but these were all for sale. So her sitting there, or if you're just reading them, like in the chapters, they kind of look at you and be like, "Are you prepared for that?"
It's just frowned upon.
Charlie, was I able to find some clothes before?
Yep.
How much would it have been for a set?
A silver piece.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can get a decent set of clothes, something comfortable for you.
All right.
Would there be any clothes that kind of look like anything black or like ninja looking?
Yep, there's dark tanned clothes, so there's soft tanned leather pants, cloth. Definitely find cloth pants here as well.
Yeah, I should be looking for cloth.
So there won't be any dark pants though. Like a lot of that stuff is just various colors and stuff like that. So you're gonna look a little festive coming out of here. They're not.
I'll probably just stick with the laundry then.
Okay.
We could always roll them around in the mud a little bit.
Yeah.
That's what got us into this mess, Calyndra.
Yeah. So,
Well, if you're looking for dark clothes.
yeah, and you get the idea from looking around the local populace that they tend to dress in brighter colors here. It seems a little bit more of a festive place. And you see actually this, now that you've woken up the next morning and whatnot, looking outside, you can see that they're actually putting up a number of tall posts and stringing together what look like some kind of paper lanterns in between them, as if preparing for some local festivity or celebration.
Is there a wood elf flute in this town?
A wood elf flute? There is not.
How are you going to play a flute with a sword strapped to your hand?
Yeah.
Oh, just like with the fingers.
Yeah, so there is another resounding thing that we have yet to address here, is the fact that you still have a sword glaringly stuck to your hand. And yeah, you're kind of walking around with this sword swinging around. Fortunately, you're not of a size where people are really concerned about you, but I mean, still, you've got a couple of people looking over like they've got an insane toddler with a knife wandering around here.
My question is, how do you go to the washroom?
Yeah, very carefully. Very carefully.
You adapt and move on.
Yeah.
There, updated. For the money situation, we should dole out to like you guys are going clothes shopping. Before we separated, we should have dulled out something because if you're going clothes shopping and I'm going book shopping, we should have planned ahead, kind of thing.
I imagine we're just doing this in downtime, so yeah, I don't think there's that big of a problem. Just
Does
retro going over that.
Does Bops want his share of the cash that we got from the orcs, or what do we want to do with that?
Yeah, we'll put that in the community chest, I think, too. I think.
Is anybody
Okay.
Oh, I
giving,
didn't even know you guys had that.
anybody giving Emus money so he can go buy some books?
Well, technically, I'm holding it all, so but I wasn't gonna spend it without permission, just as like a treasurer when embezzle money kind of
Yeah,
thing.
he's like, I just want to say that I'm holding it all, but I'd like you guys' permission, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, Emus, are those new shoes you have?
Yeah,
If-
come back with like leather
those
product jeans
Air
and
Jordans?
silk shirt and gold
I
chain.
haven't seen these.
If I see Kalados, I'll give him his share as well.
All right, yeah, absolutely. What is Calydos' share?
Wait, you guys plundered when you guys were prison breaking? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How
5
much
gold.
did we get? How much
5
did we get again?
I don't. It was 21 gold and 55 silver. I left all the copper
Whoa.
behind.
Oh, too good for that?
Well, no, just walk around with like a pocket full of copper as well.
Yeah,
Um,
You'd have that stealth.
what?
Sorry, that begins like sounds like the beginning of a rap song. Walking around with a pocket full of copper.
So it'll be 7 gold and 18 copper or silver for him if he wants it. Of course he wants it.
Okay, I updated the community purse right there.
Well, that was for
So-
Kalados, so.
Oh yeah, no, that I haven't touched that. This was the community purse before you guys let us know that you stabbed some orcs for money.
Is that bottom number the total then?
No, that was included in our last heist.
So we just gotta add.
Yeah, but is this all we got since leaving the mines?
Since leaving the mines, this is everything that has been the last 2 sessions.
Oh. That's pretty good.
So
I didn't
since-
think we had anywhere near that.
Wow.
Yeah, me neither.
So let me just double check that. Yeah.
So if we got 60 some gold pieces, then yeah, buy your books, man.
Blackguard, Amangul, Calyndra, that was right there, and then we got the Thuric. Okay, so no, sorry, this last one, the 158, 32, and the 37, that was everything that we lost. Okay, so the 158, 32, and the 37, that's everything we lost. The 4 lines above that, that's what we've collected since then.
Oh, okay, yeah. So we're not doing too great.
No, but the last line was what we lost.
Okay. Ooh, that hurts.
Yeah, sorry for the visual of pain the tax man collected there, but
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, one more reason that you've got a beef with the thieves of Sember.
Yeah, exactly.
So, are you going to buy books, Emus, or what's everybody doing here?
no, I'm not. I wait for permission. These may be not useful books to a nerd librarian like me, or like they're useful, but to the group they may not be useful. I'm not spending the money without permission.
We'll see if he can get some custom clothes made, but how long's it gonna take?
The seamstress tells you that she can have something ready for you by this afternoon.
Huh.
She works very.
Enough,
Yep,
I'll take it.
Yeah,
That's what you can add to the community.
yeah, you can see that she's got 2 young ladies seated with her that you can only assume by their looks that they're somewhat related, either sisters or daughters. And yeah, she's got a nice craft table. She's sewing together various garments and making repairs to other garments. And yeah, she says she's fix you up a nice suit of trousers and a shirt. 3 silver.
Okay, so can we take that out of the kitty?
Sure, I
Is
think
that
so.
23 silver and 11 gold. Is that the split for everyone?
Oh,
No,
that's
that's what we
added
got
to
off
the
the orcs
community.
and we're going through, so that's
Okay.
our share from the community.
all right. So what was just spent?
Three silver.
Yeah, 3 silver on clothes.
Oh, that's nothing. Okay.
All right, unless my math is off, just because those letters are kind of organized weirdly. I believe 52 gold, 88 silver, and 37 copper is the total community pot.
That's so funny. We've been running with the side quest logo on the thing the entire time. It's side quest tonight.
Perfect. Okay, so yes, I will double check later. But yeah, no, I type them out as they're read off with like the silver, copper, gold. So I get you. That's why I haven't done the math yet. Is because it's
Depressing.
just copied and pasted throughout 4 days of notes.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
thanks for keeping it Emus for us.
It's what a wizard would do.
Okay, so you guys are all you guys can all get fed in the morning. What do they want? 11 copper pieces for a meal around that place. So it's not much.
11 copper each.
11 copper, unless somebody's having the roasted artichoke and mug of stout for only 4 copper. That was last night. This morning they're serving smoked mutton and chestnut bread with a tankard of cider for only 8 copper pieces.
Ooh.
Take it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, you guys can deduct your cash accordingly. And what's
55 copper equals what in silver?
It's 10. It's 10.
5
10
silver
and 10, right?
and 5 silver and 5 copper remaining.
Okay, 5 silver, 5 copper. Boom.
Don't make me math.
I'll learn the ratio right away.
Okay.
But
So
yeah,
It's-
there you go.
10 copper per 1 silver, right?
Yes.
Okay,
And 10
then
silver for one.
Yeah.
1 gold. Oh, okay, I got that. Thank you. That's nice and easy. I thought they
10
were
for
going to
10.
be like 8 gold equals. Is there platinum? Is there anything higher than gold?
platinum.
Platinum is 10 gold.
And then
Oh, is it now 10?
there's
Because
also
it used to be 5.
there's also electrum.
Oh, is
Electrum.
it? Oh.
Is that like Magic Bunny?
Electrum?
Electrum is a mix between silver and gold, and it used to be worth typically 5 silver to a piece of electrum.
Yeah. And it depends on the area you're in. Like in this area that you're in, there's a lot of silver mining in the area, but there's very little gold. The only gold that comes in generally into Daimir is from outside tourists.
So after
Also,
the nighttime concert, I go back to the group for breakfast and I let them know, hey, we should get back to the planning for our next move. Just it's.
Did you end up getting those books, Emus? Did you get permission to go get those books?
No, not yet. That's what I'm about to do is
Okay.
get some permission and go spend some money if that's our priority. We may have other priorities within the group though.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
How
think
much?
our group has earned a little bit of R&R time, so we can take time to plan accordingly.
No doubt.
Stay for the celebration or what?
Okay, so we'll say that you guys are kind of settling into things for the day. You guys are okay with Emus getting his books. If you guys are going to do a little bit of R&R, then what I'll do is I'll read you guys a short excerpt of the history of the Theric iron mines, and then we'll close for the evening. And then,
Ooh,
Yep.
one thing to note though, just for Kalados, is there a doctor or someone to kind of help him out with his wound?
Okay, so he would have fallen asleep, not even thinking much about that, just happy to be in a normal bed and whatnot. In the morning, you find that the wound is definitely healing. There's some scarring and still some scabbing up and stuff like that. But a local healer, you kind of ask around if there's a local healer, and they direct you towards what the townspeople consider an apothecary. So you kind of get directions over in that direction. But going over there, you'll find that that person is more of our herbalist, natural remedy healer. So, there's no clerics or anything like that here.
Just basest of base kind of healing-ish
That's right.
potions.
Yeah, that's right.
My
Don't even
battle medic.
Don't even ask me about the dentistry going on here.
It's like full-on England.
Yeah, it's a
We
rural
should take him
community.
to an actual healer. Find someone with expertise, because I think I'd be better at healing him up than this herbalist.
Okay.
Maybe like a day or two just to rest up. So that was, I guess history of Theric Mines there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dimir, you kind of learn a little bit of Dimir too. I'll read that next time. For Theric Iron Mines, in the year 1402, during a lengthy hunting excursion to the Grey Mountains, a morning walk by the notable dwarven blacksmith and citizen of Dimir, Theric Frosthammer, revealed fractured stone cliffs, the massive side of which bore the hallmarks of rich iron ore deposits. Theric returned in less than a week with a small labor force of humans from Dimir on agreements for percentage of the town coffers, of course, and they set up temporary camp and immediately began mining the mountain. Mining operations continued in relative peace with only minor disturbances from the occasional owlbear or other local wildlife, and the town provided supplies, and the surrounding forest, as well as 2 nearby sources of fresh cold water flowing from the heart of the mountain, provided plenty of resources for the camp, and the ore began to flow. The mine continued at a moderate pace for the first year, boring ever deeper into the mountainside, and the large hollow caverns that make up the bulk of the mine complex were discovered within a relatively short time. There were a few problems, including the unearthing of a small cave belonging to a small pack of rust monsters. It was not until the miners began to go missing that Theric and the rest of his crew began to suspect they may have unearthed something larger and better left alone. After uncovering a massive chamber to the southeast, this would have been the Grand Hall and the upper hall, lower hall where Grond worked. After uncovering a massive chamber to the southeast, the decision was made to push further east. The resulting excavation broke through into a cave system occupied by several very hungry basilisks, which retaliated with deadly force, nearly wiping out the entire mine population and almost slaying Theric in his attempt to escape. A magical amulet saved his life, with the exception of his right arm, now a solid mass of stone. The camp disbanded in chaos, and Theric was gravely wounded trying to escape after falling off of the cliff just outside the mine, but still managed to hoist himself up atop a small horse and hightail it back to Dimir, where Theric, on his deathbed, explained to the best effect he could the terrifying tale of how a group of basilisks had slain his entire camp, and that the mines would be forever cursed. He passed a short time later, and the town council set about discussing the fate of Theric's mine. Knowing the high quality and purported abundance of the ore, a rescue party of sorts was formed containing 3 previous members of the camp who happened to be outside the mine at the time of the original attack, to look for the missing and reportedly slain miners to assess the situation. Comprised of guards from the town, conscripted militia, and several mercenaries for hire, the rescue party was ill-fated from the beginning. Only one man returned, as he refused to enter the mine during the excursion, and said he heard screams only for a moment, and then silence. Nor were there any reposted survivors from a subsequent trip by yet another group of sellswords hired by the town to clear the mine of its evil, and it was deemed off-limits. A part of the cliff was shattered using magic, and rubble dropped across the face of the mountain, covering the 2 mine entrances and sealing off whatever lurked inside. Or so they thought. Several other adventurers have since attempted to find rumored other ways into the mine, and all have lost their lives in the attempt, either to the dangers of the surrounding wilderness, or possibly to the monsters lurking within the mountain. And that is it. And the rest I can't relate to you guys. So, yeah. So that's a brief history, and we'll chime in on Dimir and stuff next time. We'll give you guys a little.
That was
bit of
amazing.
history
Thanks, Kelly.
Yeah, no problem, man. So I'm glad you guys escaped there and that everybody survived. And you made it out of the swamps too.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it was pretty actually bloodless. We like avoided a lot of bloodshed.
Yeah.
Avoided all
Surprisingly.
combat.
Yeah, I thought the Sturge attack was going to go worse for you guys. That's for those
Oh,
flappy
right,
back
forgot
creatures.
about those.
Yeah, I thought for sure that
Sure,
was going to
That
go
was
down.
the best. Just like sleep.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
good.
that was the mosquitoes.
The
That's
thing,
what they
You
call
cast-
them.
you know,
You
the thing
cast that
about
spell so well, Grond went back to sleep.
the thing about like creatures with only a couple of hit points is like they might be nothing in small numbers, but man, you get 50 or 60 of those things come down on you. You could be in
Yeah,
trouble.
totally. Oh, totally. Oh,
Okay.
well.
I do like how you guys essentially just magic like raid sprayed them though.
Yeah, dropped them all to the ground. Well,
Oh.
like to thank everybody
What
for
were they
coming out
called?
tonight. Sturge. Yeah.
Stirred.
That's
Okay,
meta
thank
for you though, because you'll have to do some research and try and find a book on what exactly those were. So it's
Oh
all
yeah, I've called them mosquito bats.
that's right. Mosquito bats. Good enough. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for coming out tonight, everyone. It's good to see you all.
Absolutely.
Thank
And,
you,
uh,
Kelly.
Hang out again.
Kelly.
Yeah. No problem. We'll look forward to seeing you next time.
All right.
Take care.
Night, everyone.
Night, everyone.
Bye.
And thanks for everybody coming out tonight and hanging out with us on Take 20. Don't forget to catch up with us on Tuesday for Tripping the Riffs at 6:30 p.m. or 7 p.m. on Tuesday. That's Mountain Standard Time. And we will be following up, I believe, with another episode of Chronicles of Chryalis on Friday. So we'll pick up our adventure there. Thanks again. Have a great night.